Hey guys, meteorologist Blaze Thomas here. Wanted to hop on, give you guys a weather update. We're going to take a look at radar and what we're experiencing right now across the state. We've seen some severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. At this current time, we don't have any in effect right now, but there is some stronger storms out there. So let's take a look at radar because I know there's some people that's going to be impacted by these storms. First of all, it looks like the strongest storm that we're tracking on radar is going to be to the north of Arkadelphia. So this area we're watching for small hail. Again, there was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier, but the storm has weakened some. We do think as the afternoon progresses, we'll start to get more instability out there, and that severe weather threat will start to increase a little bit. Again, the primary threats today is going to be hail and wind. Isolated tornado cannot be ruled out, but it's on the lower side. Now, if we look closer up towards Conway, Jacksonville area, we're seeing another pretty strong thunderstorm. Now, I think for the most part, right here, this is bringing very heavy rain and we'll be moving towards the Cabot Ward area. Jacksonville, you're probably fixing to see some very heavy rain. But that's pretty much what we've got right now across Arkansas. Then, as we look towards like Van Buren County, for anybody that's up there, we're tracking, there is some lightning with this, maybe some very small hail just south of Clinton, and then also south of Goose Ferry. So anyone on the lake, you definitely want to get off the water right now because there's a lot of lightning and that lightning's headed your way. So pretty strong thunderstorm right now for that area. But overall, these storms are below severe limits at this time. So that is good news. We're continuing to watch radar. If you have any questions, feel free to put that in the chat right now. We're also live on our 24/7 on YouTube as well as our streaming channel, Arkansas Weather Network. And so you can download our app, Arkansas Weather Network, from the iOS Google Play Store. So just wanted to hop on here and kind of give you guys an overview of what we're seeing right now on radar. And again, I want to reiterate there is no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. The instability is a little bit on the lower side, but as we get closer to the afternoon, I think our instability levels will start to increase a little bit. And so we're going to be watching things very closely with that. But again, the strongest storm we're tracking right now is going to be to the north of Arkadelphia, heading towards the Malvern area. That to me is the strongest storm. And again, it's not even severe warned. These storms have been strong and then they've weakened and then they've just kind of went through a cycling phase. Right now, they're on the weakening trend. So that's good news. But we're here, we're watching it. We've been watching radar all morning and we continue to do so. So again, we have a 24/7 stream live. You can take a look at radar. We've got it pulled up. You can see it on our YouTube channel, on our streaming channel, and it's high definition radar right to your phone or any device you have. So again, these storms have a lot of lightning with them. They're very electrified storms. So that's something that you need to take into account, especially if these thunderstorms are heading towards your direction. Maybe unplug electronic devices. Have a way of getting warnings today into the afternoon. Have multiple ways. And one of the primary ways that I would recommend is our app, Arkansas Weather Network. It will notify you, it will alert you. If there's a warning in your area, you're going to be on there. So, a lot of people jumping on right now. Got questions about Denard. Denard's good. Just tracking a little bit on the stronger side, just south of Clinton with some lightning, but that's about it. But I am watching the whole state of Arkansas very closely. Again, want to say that the strongest storm that we're tracking right now is likely over there towards Arkadelphia. Now, I do want to switch radar sites real quick and look towards the Fort Smith area because we were tracking one storm over towards Fort Smith that right there just to the south of Paris, there's probably going to be some small hail developing with that. Got a small hail core that we're keeping an eye on, but really that's the only really these two storms is the strongest storms we're tracking right now. Again, the one just to the north of Arkadelphia and then the one by Paris. So how is BB looking? Well, right now there's no severe thunderstorm warnings or anything like that for the BB area. We can zoom in here and take a look. But I will say there's fixing to be some very heavy rain, and I think there could be some small hail heading towards the BB area. So just be mindful of that. These storms are very messy in nature, and so they're not really able to tap into the environment because there is a little bit of instability out there. But as the afternoon progresses, the instability levels will start to increase as well. So I do think, we're gonna have to be watching the afternoon close for a hail threat, but and maybe an isolated wind threat. But really, what we're watching is right now, most of these are just typical thunderstorms with a little bit of small hail. So, um, but we've got a lot of lightning too. Cannot stress this enough. We got more questions here. Well, we have these tomorrow and Wednesday. So we're watching Troy Tuesday into Wednesday. We've looked through some model guidance. There is a severe weather threat. We're going to keep an eye on things. We're going to continue to watch Tuesday into Wednesday. The models are kind of going back and forth on different things, but I will say there is a severe weather threat. And as always, we're going to be here to keep you updated. So once this threat today kind of starts to fade away, then we're going to be all focused on Tuesday and Wednesday's threat. So yes, we are still expecting severe weather for tomorrow as well as Wednesday. Does North Little Rock have a tornado threat? Well, with these storms right now, I don't see anything that's real concerning in terms of tornadoes. I don't see that. But I will say this. As the afternoon progresses, we're going to start to get some instability. And I think there could be some wind shear that starts to develop. Some of the computer models highlighting the southeast Arkansas corner for maybe a low tornado risk instead of a very low. So again, nothing that we haven't seen before, but it's something we're going to have to watch. The team's going to be watching radar all afternoon and letting you know. So right now, I don't see any kind of tornado threat with any of these storms. They're very messy in nature, and that's good. The primary threats with these particular storms right now is definitely going to be hail and wind. That is going to be the primary concern with these storms. And even right now, they're not even that strong. None of them are severe at this time. So, nothing happening in Harrison today on radar. Right now, Harrison's not seeing anything, and I'm not expecting Harrison to see much today. I really don't. The majority of these storms are going to stay south of Harrison. Probably Van Buren County is about the highest that this is going to reach, and everything south of it, we're watching for a severe weather threat. So I just don't see really much at all for Harrison. Now, tomorrow is a different story. In a Wednesday, I think more of the state can be impacted. But right now, I think this is mainly going to be southern Arkansas. And the reason for that is we got the warm front moved through. And so, it's bringing storms across the southern part. Again, if you're wondering about a tornado threat, it is very low right now. It will become low in the afternoon and it will be confined strictly to the southeast Arkansas area. So, this little corner here, we're going to have to watch. But that's about it in terms of a tornado threat. And again, that's a low risk, not high, not medium, low risk. So, most of these thunderstorms today are going to be they're going to maintain their strength and then they're going to weaken. They're going to increase, they're going to drop hill, and then they're going to weaken. That's kind of how this is going to be. Maybe until we get to the afternoon. Once we start to get to the afternoon, guys, I do think the afternoon, there could be, again, I guess I don't want to say better chance, but there will be more ingredients towards the afternoon that allow these storms to have a little bit more spin to them. But again, it's a low tornado risk. Not real concerned with that. But we are going to be here and we're going to be watching very closely and we're going to keep you guys updated. So, again, for anyone just joining us, if we go back to the chat here, pretty loud in Bryant. Absolutely. Greg's watching. Choctaw, raining in Morrilton. Thank you for that report. Let's see. Nothing happening. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to put this into motion. You guys can see the direction. These storms looking like they're moving more towards the east northeast, according to what we're seeing right now. Some of them have more of an easterly track. Some of them have more of a northeast track. But again, even with that, there might be a few showers up here in northern Arkansas that is trying to develop. But looking at instability wise and where I would think that there would be I don't want to say higher chance of severe weather, I feel like it would be more towards southern Arkansas here, just because I think the ingredients are more favorable. But we don't have much ingredients. We really don't. Looking at the atmosphere, we don't have a lot of surface based instability. So that's good news. That's really good news. So, again, Just want to reiterate, watching radar very closely. Teams here. We're going to stay on these storms. Zooming in a little bit towards the Heber Springs, a lot of lightning with this, maybe some very small hail. Same story, maybe a little bit of small hail heading towards the Fairfield Bay area. So just east of PD, right here's Fairfield Bay. So something we're watching here. And then if we zoom out, that's going to be a lot of heavy rain. A lot of heavy rain heading towards the Cabot, Austin Ward area. There was somebody on here earlier from BB. Yes, this is heading towards your direction as well. Garner. So very heavy rain. And then as we zoom towards the south here, very heavy rain towards Little Rock right now, North Little Rock. A lot of lightning with this, pretty electrified storms occurring right now. And then as we continue to move here, this one again is the strongest storm right now, and it's just to the south of Malvern. So we're watching this storm close. Again, this did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier. It has weakened, but it still has a hail core with it, and we can take a look at that. Matter of fact, so you can see kind of where the hail was located. See, at one point, storm kind of dropped it, then it started building again, dropped it, but now it's starting to build again. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think it definitely has a hail core developing, but we're just watching things here. So again, overall, this is what we've got on radar. It's mainly just a lot of heavy rain with a lot of lightning. So that is, you know, the good news is we got the heavy rain. We needed the rain. That's good. I just don't see anything real too intense right now. So that's great news. All of these storms are below severe limits. So now I want to be clear here. Lightning does not make a storm severe. Heavy rain does not make a storm severe. So the criteria for severe weather is 58 miles per hour wind or greater or 1 inch hail. And none of these storms are producing that right now. So that's great news. So want to ease your mind, anybody with storm anxiety. Really, this is mainly just a heavy rain event right now. Now, I think as we get towards the afternoon, we get some more instability. Southeast Arkansas will have to watch for a little higher severe weather risk. But again, you know, the threat today just overall just looks low. It just looks low, and that is great news. Power went out for about a minute here in Clinton. Thank you for that report. Yeah, somebody was messaging me earlier and was telling me that there was some power outages in Clinton. I assume it has probably something to do with the lightning because it's pretty rocking right now. So we're continuing to watch things. Okay, somebody asking about East End. Let's look at East End here. That is going to be just south of Little Rock. So East End, I would be keeping an eye just a little bit on this Malvern storm. I do think it's going to be heading towards your direction. But again, as of right now, it looks like heavy rain for the most part. There could be some small hail with this, a lot of lightning, but overall, these storms are behaving themselves. they're not doing anything too crazy right now. So that's great news. But yeah. So we're watching things very closely. We're going to continue to track this. Sheridan, very heavy rain headed your direction, maybe some small hail. Malvern, this is past, but there's more heavy rain. Again, most of these storms, it's just heavy rain. They do have some small hail, but that's about it. I don't really see any wind potential with this. And I certainly don't see a tornado potential. So that's great news. So, but we're going to continue to stay on this here. Bryant here, thundering here. Thank you for that report. Just move my car to the garage just in case. That is a smart decision, Christy. Absolutely. And that goes for anybody. You know, if one of these storms is producing some very small hail, and I will tell you, given the environment, we have seen these storms strengthen and then weaken and then strengthen. So it could quickly strengthen. You know, it's possible that this Malvern storm gets its act together in a few scans. I doubt it. I don't see any signs of that right now, but you just never know. But it's a good idea to move that car into the garage or into a safe place because you don't want hail damage. I have experienced some baseball size hail before, and it is not fun. It is not fun at all. So, and you talk about some serious damage, it does. Now, I'm not saying these are producing baseball size hail. That is not what I'm saying. I want to be clear on that. I'm just making, I'm just telling people that I have experienced hail, so I get firsthand uh, what hail damage can do. So, yeah, right now, none of these storms are even producing like 1 inch hail. So, we're continuing to watch things very closely here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask those. We're probably getting ready to do kind of a live radar where we just keep the radar on with the music on our socials. We're probably going to do that. That way people can kind of see radar, be right on your phone. And then I'll hop in every once in a while, give you guys updates and stuff. Um, but, again, guys, these storms just not concerning right now. Can always change. But right now, these storms are just they're behaving themselves. But I do think, again, we're gonna get some more instability moving in the afternoon, and I think that could spark some more thunderstorms. So something we're gonna watch very closely here. BB getting dark. Thank you for that report. How quickly is it moving? So let's get a track on these. So looking at what I'm seeing right now, these particular storms, um, give me 1 second as I get a track on this. These storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So, they're fairly quick. Nothing like nothing like the other day when they were moving at like 20 to 30 miles per hour. That was really slow. So they're a little bit faster today. Um, Stressing now in Deshay County. Don't stress. Don't stress. No need to stress or fear. I'm watching radar very closely, and I'm going to continue to monitor this. And so there's no worries, no concern right now. Don't see anything happening. So, but just stay alert, and we're going to get through this. No wind in Sherwood. Believe me, I would know with all these trees. Absolutely. Good. Thank you. You're welcome. Um, just getting on. How's the weather looking? Golden, Missouri. So that's out of our coverage area. Um, Hang tight. Let me pull this up on maps and figure out where that is exactly. Now, again, that's out of our coverage area. So let me see here. Golden, Missouri. Okay, so that's okay. I see where that is. Um, well, I'll be honest with you. I don't see much happening for Golden, Missouri. I really don't. Not today, anyways. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I just don't see anything. So maybe some light rain. Can't rule out a straight shower or two. But in terms of any kind of severe weather threat with hail, yeah, no, not for that area. It's pouring here in BB. I love the weather. I hear you. I love it too. It's pretty fun. It could get complicated though, especially forecasting. Could be a tough job, but right now we're just I like to use the word babysitting the radar. That's what we're doing. We're just babysitting the radar. We're just here. We're live, uh, allowing you guys to ask questions and just keeping an eye on things. How bad will it be in Maumelle today? Well, again, right now, honestly, looking at what I'm seeing, Maumelle got very heavy rain earlier. And so I think things are really starting to calm down now for the Maumelle area. The severe weather threat today, very low, guys, and low. And the afternoon, we'll have to watch for Southeast Arkansas, the corner, to maybe see a little bit of a higher severe weather threat. But again, it's still, instead of a tornado threat being very low, which that's what it is right now, it moves to a low. So it's not much, but it's something we're going to watch very closely. Is the Malvern storm? No, no. It may be expanding a little bit with very heavy rain, but I see nothing on this Malvern storm that catches my attention. There's nothing concerning with the storm. So, there are things that we're trained to look for when it comes to severe weather, identifying, okay, is this storm severe? What's the storm producing? And I just don't see any signs of that right now. I see very heavy rain. All of this speaks to me heavy rain with small hail. Like that is literally what all these speak to me. So, Clarksville storm, just to the north of it, it's got some small hail developing. A little hail core there, just to the north of Coal Hill. Watching that a little bit here. So we're getting a lot of questions about Tuesday and a Wednesday, guys. We're going to keep you updated with that. Still some unknowns with the model guidance and all that, but I will tell you there is a severe weather threat. We're going to be watching things, and we're going to be keeping an eye on things. So we're continuing to watch things. See a comment about I sure wish these would expand like a video in Facebook or YouTube. I can't see the names of cities, towns, or area. Um, I'm not sure, not exactly sure what you're meaning, but um, what you could what you could do is if you have a Roku TV, you could put it on your Roku, and then if you do that, those towns and cities will be way bigger on your screen. Yeah, or rotate your screen. That's a good idea. Um, yeah, because you're commenting on Facebook, so yeah, just if you rotate it, because we're streaming it landscape mode. So we're continuing to watch this very closely, guys. Um, Going to travel from West Plains, Missouri back to Conway through Batesville, Bald Knob, Searcy. So yeah, we're continuing to watch this area, guys, across the state. And again, there's really nothing concerning at this point. I mean, it just looks like a lot of heavy rain for our area. So getting a lot of questions about different locations and cities. And guys, I'm gonna be the first to tell you if there's something concerning that I'm seeing on radar, I will tell you. But right now, I don't see anything concerning. Very heavy rain. Though again, the one storm I'm watching that I feel like is a little bit on the stronger side would probably be that Malvern storm. That to me is the one that's kind of speaking. I hate to use the word concerned because I'm not concerned, but speaking the most intense. So Crabtree watching, thank you, sir. You're welcome. Had pea-sized hail and lots of lightning. Thank you for that report. No wind. Yeah, there's not really any wind with this. Maybe if a storm gets strong to severe, it might produce a little bit. But again, the primary threats today is going to be hail. Like that is the primary threat. With an isolated wind threat as well. But as we're getting reports, we're not seeing much wind at all with this. So, which is good news, because if you don't have wind, that's a good indication that your wind fields are not really supportive. But I do think that changes as we get into the afternoon and evening. So we're watching things closely. I do feel like Tuesday into Wednesday, that threat is going to be a little bit, I don't want to say higher than what we're seeing today, but I think there will be more ingredients to work with for tomorrow as well as Wednesday. So, but that's still, guys, we're focused, or I am specifically, on this storm system today. But I do think overall the setup looks better tomorrow than today. Like right now, things just look very messy. But that's good because if they're messy, then storms can't isolate. So really, what was needing to happen for these storms to become strong to severe, they needed to be isolated. And because there's so much rain out there, it's taking a lot of the instability and they're having to share it. And it's a nightmare uh, for these storms. It's good for us because we're not seeing any severe weather right now. Could always change. I think the afternoon we're going to have to watch, but really right now, just things are really calm. So Yeah, again, just zooming in here, the strongest storm that I'm tracking has to be this one by Malvern. Like that is the strongest one. Everything else is completely just heavy rain. Now, yes, there may be some small hail embedded with this, but I want to kind of do a radar loop here. Now, see, this is an isolated cell over here that's just developed. That's to the south of Holly Grove. But again, we're lacking a lot of ingredients, so I'm not really concerned. I am watching the storm just because of the fact that with it being isolated, I wouldn't be surprised if it tried to develop a hail core. Like you can already start to see a little bit of hail developing on the storm. We'll have to watch this close. So we're continuing to watch this radar very closely. I'm going to go ahead and trigger another live stream here. So give me 1 second. All right. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm triggering more live streams here. We're going to more platforms. So all right. All right. So we're continuing to watch things very closely here. And so if you're just joining us, we're tracking on radar. Really just mainly thunderstorms across the area. We've seen some severe thunderstorms earlier, but things are really, really calming down right now. So that's great news. Staying live though on these storms. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask those. But we're just watching things very closely. A lot of lightning with these storms too, guys. A lot of lightning. But we were tracking some severe thunderstorm warnings earlier, but these storms are just becoming very messy. And because of that, they're not able to isolate themselves. And what's taking place is these storms are weakening, falling apart, which is great news. We want that trend to continue. We definitely do. So, again, if you have any questions, feel free to put those in the chat. I am kind of just babysitting radar right now, just kind of looking at what we're seeing. And so, we've got a few storms we're watching a little bit on the closer side, but really, there's nothing that's concerning at this point. So that's great news. So continuing to watch this. So guys, if you're just joining us, we are watching radar for some storms that have developed. There was some severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. Things are really starting to calm down now, so that's great news. But wanted to hop on here, give you the ability to ask questions, and we're gonna go from there. So we're just watching things very closely. Give me 1 second, guys. Checking another source real quick. But again, just want to reiterate the fact that I don't see anything with these storms that's real concerning me at all. Like there's nothing. The only thing is very heavy rain with a lot of this, but there's really no wind. I will say this storm does look a little bit on the stronger side, just a little bit. There might be a hail core developing heading towards the Hazen area. So watching this very closely here. We're going to continue on this. But again, this is really okay. We got more people jumping on here. So I want to give a recap on radar. We're going to start from the very top and go towards the bottom. All right. So we've got Heber Springs, one little storm, a little bit of lightning with this, maybe some small hail. I am watching this Clarksville storm though. It's kind of isolated and all by itself. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a small hail core developing with this. A lot of lightning too. We're gonna have to watch this storm. Not saying it's gonna be severe warned. I don't see any signs of that right now, but and then we got more activity to the east of Greenwood. And I think there might be some small hail embedded with this. A lot of these storms are going to produce some very small hail, but there's strict criteria that you have to reach for severe thunderstorm warnings. And I just don't see that right now with any of these storms. The strongest storm we were tracking previously was probably the Malvern storm, and it's just east of Malvern now. But overall, these storms again continue to just stay pretty weak. There's a few areas that are now starting to catch my attention just a little bit more with the hail threat, but overall, that's about it, guys. And if you're just joining us and you're wondering about a tornado threat, well, these particular storms, I just don't see it. So that's great news. These storms are very messy, and because of that, they're not able to isolate themselves. We are lacking a lot of wind shear, so there's a lot of ingredients we just don't have. We are going to be watching, though. I know there's a lot more people joining in because I just turned more live streams on. In Southeast Arkansas, we're going to have to watch a few of the computer models showing a low tornado risk this afternoon and evening, but we're going to be here. We're going to keep an eye on it. And as always, if tornado warning or life-threatening weather is occurring, you better believe we're going to be live. We're going to keep you updated. So, let's just kind of overview of what we're seeing right now on radar. We've got more people jumping in here. And again, I've got the chat open so you guys can ask the questions and hopefully I will be able to answer them. It hailed in Boonville a few minutes ago. Thank you for that report. Yes. Like I said, some of these storms have some small hail with them, but it's not enough to issue a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Again, the one storm that is really catching my eye a little bit more is this one around the Clarksville area, just to the fact that it is isolated. So if it does start tapping into some instability, it might start to get a little bit stronger. So we're watching things very closely. We're going to keep an eye on things. We've got more questions coming in. Watching from Clinton, welcome. Paragold, right now, Paragold's doing good. There may be some light rain off in the distance, but that's about it. Can't rule out some, that one storm that's up around Heber Springs right now, moving towards that area, but just not seeing much for that area. So, really, I think the main concern today, and it's a low threat here, but it's going to be Southern Arkansas. But we're watching things. But just as I say, it's Southern Arkansas. Look at the Clarksville storm, kind of getting a little bit stronger there. So we're going to watch that storm closely. Storms again. All right. I know. Absolutely, Jim. Absolutely. We are back to tracking storms. And not only do we have storms today, there's also a threat for tomorrow and there's a threat for Wednesday. So we're not done. We're just getting started. But we are technically now in severe weather season, as I like to call it. So this is all part of it. And the number one thing you need to know is that the Arkansas Weather Network team is going to be here. We're going to be standing by and we're going to keep you updated and keep you safe through these storms. So, again, we've got more people jumping in here. Just want to reiterate, a lot of these storms are producing very small hail, really no wind, but a lot of lightning. Look at how electrified these storms are. So if you are in the middle of these storms or it's heading towards you, you definitely want to unplug those electronics because we don't want you to get those electronics destroyed by lightning because lightning is very dangerous. So I'm in Cotter, North Central, a sprinkle here. Thank you for that report, North Little Rock. North Little Rock just saw some pretty intense storm. Now, it wasn't severe, but it did have a lot of lightning with it, very heavy rain, and maybe some small hail with that. Raining and thunder in Sims. Thank you for that report. Mountain Home. Not seeing anything right now. So that's great news. Really, the only thing I'm watching is this Clarksville storm for you up in northern Arkansas. That's the focus for northern Arkansas is the Clarksville storm. I thank you for that report about the constant lightning. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning here, guys. I mean, these storms are very electrified, a lot of energy to work with. But where we're lacking right now is instability at the surface, which is good. But I do think as we get into the afternoon and evening, those instability levels will start to rise a little bit. And because of that, the severe weather threat, instead of becomes very low, it ends up being low. But still, low threat. But Arkansas Weather Network going to be here, and we'll keep you updated. Malvern had some very small hail. Thank you for that report. Benton, thanks for checking in. Raining and lightning I-40 around Hazen. Yes, Hazen, pretty strong thunderstorm there. Not severe, but it's got a lot of lightning with it and small hail. We lost power at Culpeper for a minute or so a little bit ago. Yeah, we were getting reports earlier about power outages in Clinton. And so I think that's probably due to the lightning because there was some lightning in that area. So, welcome. Sorry, guys. Lost the network there for a second, dropped out, but we're back. Um, the weather got to affect stuff. But again, if you're just joining us, we are tracking storms across Arkansas. Really, none of them have been concerning. There has been a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We were watching one storm earlier this morning near the Mena area, moved east, and it got stronger, and then weakened, and ended up issuing a few severe thunderstorm warnings on it. But here we are. We're kind of in a weakening trend right now. A lot of lightning, though, guys. I cannot stress this enough. There is a lot of lightning with this. So these storms are moving in the east, northeast right now. So some of them have more of an Easter track. Easter. More some of them have an east track. Some of them are moving towards the northeast. But really, the one storm that's really kind of caught my eye right now, just because it's isolated, is this one that is to the north of Lamar and Clarksville. Again, not enough to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but I do think there's a hail core developing with that, and you can see that. But again, your instability levels are higher in southern Arkansas. So as these isolated storms are moving to the north, are they going to have the energy to tap into it to become severe? That's going to be the question. And it's just not much instability right now. Not a lot of fuel out there. So that's great news, guys. But if you're just joining us, we've got weather. No severe thunderstorm warnings right now. No tornado warnings. No nothing like that. This is just kind of babysitting radar right now, because we've got some stronger storms on radar. Not severe, but we've got some stronger ones. I'm missing comments here, guys. Sorry. Thunder and lightning in Searcy. Should we be concerned? No, not at all. Watching this closely, but maybe some small hail for the Searcy area. But guys, again, these storms are very weak. They're not severe. So that's great news. And really, we were receiving reports earlier. There's really no wind with this at all. The primary threats with these particular storms is going to be hail. And I think most of these storms could produce some very small hail, but that's about it with this. Got more questions coming in here. Getting dark and Humphrey, thank you for that report. It's maybe a silly question. I still have to get ready for work in West Little Rock. I've heard things about showering during thunderstorms. Should I wait till the storm clears up? Maybe around 12:30. Is that even a thing? So Emily, that is a good point. That's a really good point, and that's a great question. I would wait, because lightning, it's a scary thing and it's dangerous. And so yes, if you can wait a little bit, I would wait. If you're technically, let's see, you said you're in West Little Rock. Is that right? Did I read that right? Yeah, West Little Rock. So things should start to calm down pretty quick in West Little Rock. The strongest storms that we're tracking, one or two just to the south of Little Rock, but I would say give it a few minutes, and I think you'll be good. Yeah, you should wait, definitely. We need the rain, absolutely, Michael. We definitely do. What about Hope later? Got kids traveling from school activity 2 to 3 p.m. So we're watching things very closely. In terms of the Hope area, let's look at that real quick. So that is going to be more geared towards southern Arkansas. So here's where all your thunderstorms are, and then here's Hope. Now, I do think looking at what I'm seeing, some of the computer model guidance showing some more thunderstorms the afternoon. So we'll have to watch Hope very, very closely. But if I was zoning anywhere for a potential, I don't want to say higher severe weather threat, but I think it would be this area right here in southeast Arkansas. Hope, I think, could see some more thunderstorms this afternoon. I do. Hopefully it's not around the 2 to 3 time period, but I would say anywhere between probably 3 to 5 p.m. there could be more development in that area. Not seeing it right now, but some of the computer model guidance is hinting at that. So I would just keep an eye on that very closely here. England checking in. Thank you for that. South Pine Bluff here. The thunder is rumbling. Thank you for that report. So when the instability kicks in, if I'm correct, that will be when the low tornado risk. Yes, that is right, Eric. And that's what we're going to be watching for, is that southeastern corner of the state, just for an isolated tornado risk. One of our computer models was hinting at like one cell developing, moving east, and it might try to rotate. Again, that's a computer model. That is not a guarantee. It's just something we're going to have to watch. And that's why the team's going to be here. We're going to keep it on it. Low threat, very possible it does not happen. But as always, we're going to be here. So, let's see. Do you think Sherwood would lose power? So there's a lot of people asking about power outages. I'm seeing a lot of questions about that. Right now, with this intensity, I don't see much power outages at all with this. There was a few in Clinton earlier, Van Buren County, I think strictly probably from lightning, not from the intensity of the thunderstorms. Um, Really, I don't see any wind with this. So I really feel like, for the most part, there probably won't be many power outages with this. These are really just your typical thunderstorms right now. So, I mean, we're gonna watch things. We're gonna keep you updated, but really, I don't see any indications of power outages right now. So that's great news. Maybe from lightning though. Will Clay County be in the clear? I can't rule out some rain later, but I just don't see much for Clay County. What direction? So most of these are tracking towards the northeast. Some have an east track to them, but I keep saying Easter. I guess I'm ready for it to be Easter. But just started thundering in Valonia. Thank you for that report. Tyler says, "Hey Blaze, how's it going?" Poinsett County. We're watching Poinsett County, but again, just want to reiterate the fact that these are really, none of these are severe at this time. And I think that trend continues for a while. So it's gonna be that afternoon we're gonna be watching. Hail at the Malvern Walmart. Thank you for that report. Yes, it's storming pretty good in Malvern, but again, it's not severe. Guys, it takes 1-inch hail to make a storm severe. And I don't see any signs of that right now from any of these storms. They are a little bit on the stronger side. There's a few that have gotten stronger over the last few minutes. So it's something we got to watch, because we are getting a little bit warmer out there, which means we're starting to build a little bit more instability, but still nothing real concerning at this time. So storming here in Little Rock. Thank you for that report. Working on the road. What time it gets to when? So that's a great question. So let's look at that. So looking at what I'm seeing here, let's put a track on this if we can. These are moving at about 50 miles per hour roughly. So here's kind of a idea on arrival time. So you can see, I would estimate it's moving pretty quick. So I would say in the next probably 30-ish, 30, 40 minutes, somewhere in there, that it will be heading towards your area. It is pretty quick, guys. So this is getting a little bit stronger right here, just to the south of Hazen. Watching that a little bit closer. And really all that would be is just a health threat, guys. That's strictly all this is, just a health threat. I just don't like that this guy is all by itself, like its own isolated storm. So if it starts tapping into the environment, I would not be surprised if we start to see a hail core really develop on that. As well as over here, you can see it's pretty easy to identify where the hail core is. You see those the pink right there, that's an indication of some hail or very heavy rain, but I would say some small hail with that. Okay, more questions here. The hail in Russellville was really small. Thank you for that report, Tyler. Loud here in Searcy. Thank you for that report, Emily. Lots of rain and thunder here in BB. Little lightning. Won't get worse before 1, will it? For the BB area, no. I think it's, yeah. Yeah, things are pretty much past BB now. So that's great news. Got more questions coming in here. Russellville had a storm come through about 10 this morning. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, but I think it's about over. Yes, Judy, it is. We were watching that storm actually. The National Service just to the west of it, the storm was starting to really intensify. And the National Weather Service was thinking, they did not go ahead and do this, but they thought about issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on it, even made a post about it. But they ended up, the storm kind of fell apart. And because of that, they didn't issue that warning. So, but we were watching things very closely. That was a little bit on the stronger side. You could see that hail core really developing, but it wasn't enough to issue a warning. But it was close. It was close. I'll tell you, it was one of the storms we were really focused on. So, um, heavy rain, pea-sized hail in Sheridan. Thank you for that report. Rain, lightning, and thunder here in Sheridan. Starting to get a lot of people jumping in from Sheridan. Is it going to get bad in Little Rock? No. Really, honestly, the worst of this has actually moved through the Little Rock area now. So I think things should start to calm down in Little Rock. Um, there could be maybe some heavy rain to the south of it with some lightning and stuff. And I mean, I have no doubt in Little Rock you're probably going to hear some thunder, but that's about it for Little Rock right now. Can't rule out some more heavy rain as we get towards the afternoon, but that's about it. Just started pouring in Jasonia. Thank you for that report, Jasonia. Thunder ain't no joke. Absolutely. It's loud. Arkansas County, welcome. Yeah, it's we've got a lot. We got a lot happening. But no severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's great news. Mainly just heavy rain with a lot of lightning, no wind, and small hail. That is basically the summary of all of this, guys. Is that right there? Sheridan getting hail right now. Thank you for that report. Jefferson checking in. Brinkley in Monroe County. So watching the Brinkley area because I do think that some of this. So, I think this could be heading towards. Let me look real quick just to double check something real fast. But I do feel like that, yeah, Brinkley right here. So cotton plant. Okay, this is on the doorstep of Brinkley, actually. For the person that was commenting, that is headed right for Brinkley. That is going to bring some very heavy rain. There's going to be a lot of lightning with it, and I think there's going to be some small hail. Look at this right here. There's a hail core developing. You can see it. It's not enough to issue a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but you see it right there. That's what we're going to be watching. So anybody in the Brinkley area, I would 100% put their vehicle in the garage just to be safe. I don't think you're going to experience large hail with this. I think it's going to be tiny hail, but, better be safe than sorry. So people asking about tomorrow's threat. We'll keep you updated on things like that. I will say the models, as always, not doing a good job on timing. So the National Weather Service is advising in Little Rock, the strongest storm they're watching right now is this Johnson County storm, which is exactly what I was talking about. It's that isolated cell. And so they're thinking, let me look back at what they just said on chat. See, one thing about us, we're in direct communication with the National Weather Service. So we know what the National Weather Service is thinking and what they're planning to do. So they're stating that it has a elevated core, which we know that. We could see that. And they said we are aware of several dime and penny-sized hail instances associated with storms this morning. Expect similar hail with this storm. So really, it's that one isolated storm that we're watching. And for the Johnson County area, there's also, look, this storm just south of Clarksville is starting to get its act together too with some small hail. A lot of these storms, guys, really the big story today is going to be producing small hail. Like that is going to be the number one thing that these storms do. There's really no wind with this. There's heavy rain and a lot of lightning. There's like no tornado threat. I don't see anything that concerns me here. So we're watching things very closely here. We're going to continue to stay on these storms and continue to watch. So we're continuing to watch things very closely. We're going to stay right here on the live stream. Give me 1 second, guys. So we got more people jumping in here, asking questions. That would be cool. Yes, that's a good idea. So I am receiving reports now of power outages. Calhoun County, we got 279 people out of power now. So a little bit of power outages here from these storms, but nothing real concerning at this time, which is great news. Hang tight with us, guys, for just 1 second. I'm checking on something real fast. And I appreciate everyone tuning into this broadcast here. We're live. So let's see here. Hang tight, guys. Okay. All right, we're going to get right back to this here. Again, if you're just joining us, we are tracking storms across the state. None of these are severe. We're watching really the strongest storm that I'm watching is probably going to be this one towards Johnson County. We're keeping an eye on things very closely. So, again, if you're just joining us, I'm meteorologist Blaze Thomas. We're looking at storms across the state, and we're just going to continue to stay on these storms very closely. So, let's yeah, we're getting more comments, more questions here. Sorry about that, guys. Was trying to go live on another platform just a second ago. Zooming in here because again, wanna show you guys what we're experiencing right now. So you see, I mean, just look at this. So there was somebody earlier on for the Brinkley area. This is a pretty strong thunderstorm. It's not severe, but it's got very heavy rain, and it's moving towards the Brinkley, Cotton Plant, Palestine, Forest City, those areas. Keep an eye on the storm. It's not severe, but it does have a hail core developing, and I think there's going to be some small hail embedded with this. Really, the one concerning storm that does concern me the most, and it's not really even concerning, but it's this storm right here. It's all isolated by itself. And so I would go ahead and just give everybody a heads up right now. If you're in the Fort Douglas area, we've been through this. We tracked a storm the other day literally that went severe right in this area. So this is something we haven't seen before. We've seen this multiple times. But this particular storm needs to be watched. Newton County, heads up, pretty strong storm here, not severe, but it does have a hail core developing. So just be mindful of this. Let's move towards the south. Man, Clarksville, that's a pretty strong storm too, headed right for the Clarksville area. So Scranton, there's definitely a hail core developing right around the Scranton area. And then maybe another hail core just south of Clarksville. So again, I think there's going to be some hail with this. The good thing is for anybody that is over towards Ozark, Mulberry, this storm is not heading your direction. It's going away from you. But this is an early heads up for anybody that's in Lamar, Knoxville, London. Please be aware of this storm. I think it's fixing to produce some small hail. Not enough to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but I will tell you these storms are strengthening just a little bit. And that's why we're going to be on these storms, and we're going to watch things very closely here. So really, we've got the only real storm that I think has the highest hail potential is probably this storm right here. And the reason being is it's isolated in nature. So, but don't want to take anything away from these people that are being impacted by this storm right now. See, the thing about the Arkansas Weather Network, we're going to track the whole state of Arkansas. No matter where you're at, no matter the city, we're going to let you know. And if there is life-threatening weather heading your direction, we are going to be watching it. And I can tell you, even though you may not see it on the screen, I've got another radar pulled up, and I'm looking at different areas on a different screen. So the idea is that we're always tracking the whole state of Arkansas and watching storms close. So, and I'm telling you, I mean, I can tell you right now where the hail core looks the strongest, and overall, it's it's definitely there's a small hail core developing, and we were talking about this just a minute ago near the Clarendon area. If we look at that, um, let's look at that a little bit closer here. It's right there. So you see, here's Clarendon. So right there, and we were talking about that, but it's it's small hail core. Not expecting much out of this. Really, guys, again, these storms are just. I mean, these storms are just they're just really weak right now, and so that's great news. I love that, and they need to stay that way. But all right, guys, I apologize. I got off the comments here because I was looking at other radar screens. But let's see. We got Thunder large and in charge over Malvern. Thank you for that report. Craighead County. Watching Craighead County, there's a good possibility these storms that we're watching right now in eastern Arkansas will be moving towards your direction. We're watching things close here. Let's see. We just had P and dime size hail in Sheridan. Tons of lightning. Thank you for that report. Yes, these storms, guys, are very electrified right now. What can we expect for Little Rock? Well, right now, Little Rock's not seeing much of anything. They're seeing a little bit of rain right now, but the strongest storms that we're tracking is actually to the east and south of Little Rock right now. So still getting questions about people asking about storms for tomorrow as well as Wednesday. Yes, we are still expecting severe weather, but right now, our main priority and focus is these thunderstorms that are affecting us right now. But trust me, we're going to be looking at that. We're going to dive into the latest information. There will be updates posted on our Facebook page. We will keep you guys updated with that. So continuing to watch these storms, guys, again, want to kind of give you an overview of the radar here. So anybody in the Whitehall area maybe fixing to experience some very small hail with this. Again, this particular storm system overall just isn't real strong. We've seen a few severe thunderstorm warnings. That's been about it. And over the last, I would say, hour and a half, we've not seen any severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's good news. Some of these storms are getting a little bit on the stronger side. I think they're tapping into a little bit more energy, but that's about it. So we're watching things closely. And so you can see a lot of lightning with this. But guys, I mean, really, most of these are just your typical thunderstorms. So hailing in Sheridan, yes, there's going to be some small hail with this, but that's about it. That's really the only strong part to this storm, and heavy rain. But not enough hail to issue definitely not enough hail to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's great news. So, all right, we're continuing to watch things very closely here. We're going to zoom out, just kind of look at an overview of radar. And, you can definitely see eastern Arkansas, some heavier stuff. And then southern Arkansas, same story. Really, again, the most concerning storm I'm seeing that has a hail threat is this isolated cell up here. And so that is definitely getting stronger. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm if it continues to strengthen the way that it's looking right now. And it's isolated, so it's going to be able to tap into that energy.
Blaze, you got me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. What's up, everybody? Cue me in here, Blaze.
I'm bringing you in right now.
All right, cool.
All right. There we go. You should be in.
What is going on, everybody? Thank you, Blaze, for covering things for me while I was at the doctor. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. There's been a few storms that have gotten a little bit on the stronger side. Really, the one that I'm watching the most has to be that Johnson County storm.
Excuse me. Yeah, I was looking at that just a few seconds ago. I heard you talking about it as well. I'm guessing there's likely some hail in there. I'm not sure how big, but that's a very rural part of our state, thankfully, there in Johnson, and then Newton County, soon to be Newton County as well. Not a whole lot up there as far as metropolitan areas, but of course people still live up there, so certainly want to make sure we take care of it. Looks like these storms that are moving through central, soon to be, I guess, eastern Arkansas now, south of Little Rock, are just really noisy, man. There's a lot of lightning involved.
Yeah, it's
A lot of lightning.
it's been pretty electrified for those areas.
Yeah, I've been looking at some of the questions too before I hopped on. It seems like a lot of people have been asking, about their locations, tornado risk today, and I heard that you say later today perhaps a lower risk down in South Arkansas, something to watch. But it seems like this is just a good soaker for most people, just noisy than anything.
Yep.
So
But I mean, we need the rain because we've
Oh,
been
yeah.
in some pretty significant droughts.
yeah, no, this is much needed. We're going to get more opportunities. I think Wednesday should be fantastic for a large part of the state when it comes to rain and storms, and we need it. Let's get it while we can because we don't want a drought. I know that a lot of people too might be curious in western Arkansas or areas west of Little Rock. Not saying that we can't have a redevelopment west of Little Rock today, but I think as this moves off, the bulk of this is going to maintain in central, eastern, southeast Arkansas this afternoon, and we'll clear out, this evening.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm just looking at, yeah, these storms. I mean, they're strong, but they're not, they're not severe. Thank goodness. But
Well, I'll tell you what, though.
that one, yeah.
Driving I-40 westbound out of Forest City, that would not be fun. I wonder what iDrive looks like. I wonder if I have that. Pull that. I'm going to pull that up on the Lynx Computer Blaze for just a second.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't even think about that. While he's doing that, I'm just kind of looking over on another radar screen here. Just an overview, guys. We had somebody asking about the Russellville area. So there's a stronger storm that is going to the north of Russellville, just past Clarksville, past Lamar. But Russellville, I think, is going to be. I think Russellville is going to be missed by this.
Yeah, it looks like it's
All right,
worse
so
over
National Weather
Clarksville.
Service. Yeah, National Weather Service is advising, based on radar indications, that they're expecting the Newton Johnson Pope County storm to be producing lots of dime and penny-sized hail.
Okay.
So anybody in those areas, which I think that's going to be headed towards Searcy County pretty quick. So
Oh, I see. This one right here. It does look like that
yeah,
Elcor
it's
went down a little bit on it.
yeah, I agree with you on that. Because earlier it was you could see the black on the DBZ, but still seeing some hail to the east of Sheridan, as well as over towards to the north of Clarendon and Brinkley. We had somebody earlier on asking about the Brinkley area, and I was like, yeah, it's like right on the doorstep
Yeah.
of Brinkley.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a nasty,
Like it's
nasty storm, man. I'm trying to pull up iDrive real quick to see. I don't know if we have any westbound looking cameras in that area. I'm just curious what the storm looks like. Probably just a wall of water, if we're being honest. My computer is trying to turn everything into a Google profile for absolutely no reason whatsoever. That's cool. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know if I have any westbound cameras. The Brinkley camera's just wet. You can tell it's storming. It's dark at the Wheatley camera as well.
Yeah.
So, folks, if you're driving down I-40, if you know someone who's driving down I-40 in this area, you might give them a call. They probably already know. I'm sure that they probably have a good clue of what they're driving into, but maybe some small hail there. Don't see any severe warnings for it, so likely nothing too significant in the hail department. But these storms south of Little Rock too, Blaze, I feel like these have been just chugging right along. Sheridan, Malvern, Haskell, soon to be Whitehall and Jefferson County. Arkansas County probably up next for this. They're south of England, southeast of England, over to DeWitt.
yeah, we were getting reports earlier, like the Malvern area, they were experiencing some hail. I mean, obviously no large hail or anything, but are you trying to pull the chat up?
I got it. Yeah. Pea-size hail in Brinkley, says Tanya Malloy. Thank you for the report. Is it going to hail in Pine Bluff, says Olivia. You know, if that storm, it's possible. It looks like there might be a little bit of hail in there, Olivia. I just don't think it's real big at this time. So Jefferson County, the north half especially, might see a little bit of hail out of that. Haley Pinkston says there's tornado sirens in Diaz and Newport. No tornado warnings in Jackson County. I'm not real sure why the tornado sirens are going off. I'm sorry.
I wonder if they're testing them today.
Perhaps that or lightning struck the siren. The sirens are going off in Jacksonport. Yeah. There is no tornado warnings anywhere in Arkansas, as far as we know. I don't have anything. Are we missing something?
No, but it's past the noon o'clock time. I'm wondering if they're testing. Hey, we may have a warning coming on something here. I think I just got an alert on severe thunderstorm warning for Grant and Jefferson County.
Okay. So, someone was asking about that just a few seconds ago. That's the storm that they're warning right here. And it does include Olivia, whoever asked that. I think it was Olivia was her name. So severe thunderstorm warning for mostly Jefferson County. A sliver of eastern Grant County, does not include the city of Sheridan. So Whitehall, Pine Bluff. Blaze, you can pronounce this one for me.
No.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I think this is Wabaseka. That's not in the warning.
Yeah.
Mostly just Whitehall and Pine Bluff, guys. So strong winds possible. Large hail also possible. So if you're in the city of Pine Bluff or Whitehall, probably not a good idea to be out driving around and inside. So this is the only, Blaze, as far as I know, this is the only warning in the state? Yes.
It is. I am watching that Clarksville storm just to the east of Clarksville. It's looking a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's starting to. I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps trending up. We get another warning.
No warning on this storm, guys, here in Johnson County, just northeast of Clarksville. That's what Blaze is talking about. We're going to watch that closely. Some hail possible with that if you live in northeast Johnson County. And then the main story at this moment, as of 12:13 p.m., is the severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County and a sliver of Grant County as well. We can get, Blaze, I can get down street level too. It looks like the worst of this is on 270 now, just west of Whitehall. 365 soon to be, and then the city limits of Whitehall. I used to live in Whitehall when I was younger. Interesting.
Did you?
I did. Yeah, I lived in Whitehall for a few years when I was real young. But Donaldsonville, Plainview, Dexter, Eastwood, Midway, Doylestown, Clear Lake, all probably familiar places if you're from Jefferson County. Of course, Whitehall, we've said that a bunch. Hensley Heights, Lightner, Warburton, Baldwin, Plainview. I think I said Dexter and Pastoria as well. So regardless if you get hail or not there in northern Jefferson County, it's going to be noisy for sure. And soon to be Pine Bluff. Adam, we should clear out, Adam and Emily Zimmerman, we should clear out later tonight. This is kind of going to be here through the afternoon, and we should clear out later tonight. No, this hail's not close to Star City right now. Star City's down here to the southeast. This is more towards Whitehall and Pine Bluff.
Zach, another area just south of Brinkley, starting to really develop a hail core as well.
Okay. Yeah, so the Highway 49 area south of Brinkley. Forgive me, by Brinkley people, the county name. I don't remember the county name. I usually don't have any problems. Y'all gonna make fun of me.
Oh, you're talking about
Monroe County. I cannot believe I forgot that. Monroe County, mainly Monroe County problem at this time. They're just south of Brinkley, but soon to be moving into Morrow, eventually Wheatley, and then I guess eventually, with time, Palestine, Forest City, and so on. So we're watching that real close, but looking out region-wide, guys, we have one severe thunderstorm warning now in Jefferson County, mostly just Jefferson County, and then a stronger storm near Clarksville, and then the one near Brinkley. The Malvern storm looks healthy too, Blaze. This one?
Yeah, it does.
Not as strong as the other
These
ones,
storms were behaving, and then it was like somebody flipped a switch, and now
I came home.
Yeah, exactly. You join in, and then it's like now all these storms are getting strong.
Jinxed everybody, yeah. Someone's asking about
Everybody
Stuttgart,
blame it on Zach.
Arkansas County in general. The comment: no warnings in Arkansas County, folks. Arkansas County is right over here, but if the storm in Jefferson County holds together, that will eventually impact parts of Arkansas County. Blaze, I'm
There's a
getting a
lot
lot
of
of.
tornado sirens.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're getting a lot of. Guys, there is no tornado warnings, I promise. I don't know why the sirens are going off anywhere in Arkansas at this time. We have no tornado warnings. No. Someone asked about Monticello. It's raining and stuff in Drew County now, but no significant severe storms or anything in Monticello at this time. West Memphis. It's storming in West Memphis right now, but nothing severe.
Yeah, I don't understand why the sirens were going off. I'm
I don't
not.
either, man. I don't know.
The only
Adam
thing
and
is I could.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just thinking, the testing them, but that's really all
Yeah.
I can figure out.
Adam and Emily Zimmerman said, should I be worried about anything tornado-wise coming home tonight and back to wind from Brinkley? We can't rule out tornadoes today in general. It's just a really low risk. So if we have storms this evening, certainly have to treat it with respect, but we're not expecting widespread tornadoes all across the place tonight. It's not one of those days. Just cranky storms today, really. Some hail and wind. Blaze, feel free to drive the radar too. I'm not trying to hijack the radar from you, brother. You can do whatever you want with it.
No, you're good. I've got it pulled up on another screen.
Okay.
Um,
What happened to our
I'm
regular weather
actually-
forecaster? No confusion here.
Wait, what?
We're good to go. Is this storm going to get any worse in Pulaski County and North Little Rock? Some of the stuff to the west of Pulaski County is stronger, but for the most part, it looks just like rain and thunder to me in Pulaski County at this time. Strong storms south and east of Little Rock, but nope, that's about it for now. We could have redevelopment, but I would imagine that that's probably going to be about as bad as it's going to get there in central Arkansas as this stuff continues to move off to the east for the time being.
the only thing we were confused about is the fact that the tornado sirens were going off.
Yeah, no, I think that person's
We
just
don't-
trolling. I wouldn't pay any mind to it. I thought it was a
Gotcha.
legitimate comment. I didn't realize they were being goofy. How long are these storms expected to last in West Memphis today? Well, these storms, obviously you have storms in West Memphis now, but you have stuff to the west that's moving east towards you now. So it's going to be a little while, a couple hours before, it might even be longer, honestly, because we have continued chances through the afternoon, especially along I-40, south of I-40, and so on. So Blaze, this storm that you were watching earlier continues to look healthy. Near Clarksville.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it from the Fort Smith radar site. It's got a pretty good healthy core on it.
Brittany says, what about wind? It's just going to be noisy? Yeah, for the most part. I understand a lot of you are in wind and these storms are to your west and they're headed your way now. But yes, it's going to be noisy. Lots of thunder and lightning and maybe some small hail. No warnings in wind at this time. We do have one warning at this time, a severe thunderstorm warning in Jefferson County. Blaze, do you know how to do that Baron tool to pull the hail size? We'll check the hail size and see
Yeah.
what the radar is estimating on the hail sizes here moving into Jefferson County. Folks, Donaldsonville, Whitehall, Hensley Heights, Baldwin, Dexter, Plainview, eventually Warburton, Leitner, and then maybe even as far north as Pastoria. Large hail possible with this storm's moving through. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in place. I'm going to back out just a little bit. We're gonna zoom in here pretty tight and try to get the hail size pulled up on this. Sometimes it can be a little bit finicky though.
Hang tight with us, guys.
Yeah, no problem. It's a new tool. What we're trying to do, guys, is try to get a live radar estimate on the on the hail that's moving into Jefferson County. We don't have a whole lot in the way of tornado threat with this. This seems to be a large hail concern. Blaze, if you can't get it, it's okay too. I don't know.
I think I've about got it.
Okay, cool. Pretty big signal there for the hail.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
Yeah, it's okay, man. We might have to just looks like it's estimating about a half-inch or larger hail size moving into Jefferson County right now. Yeah, you can looks like a pretty broad brush estimate. I think the message should be here that there's potential for Whitehall, Jefferson County, to observe larger hail with this. So quarter size or larger. We've got plenty of people that follow from the area. If we do have some pretty big hail, I'm sure we will get some reports of that. It's over Whitehall now, so.
Well, and if we look right there, you guys can see. I mean, that's
hail.
That's a pretty good indication. Yeah, that's a pretty large hail.
Yeah, that's about a strong signal. I think if we had access to this site, Blaze, I don't think we've seen anything that strong yet. I'm curious to see what that verifies as.
No, there was some storms earlier, but man, I'm still watching this Pope County storm a little bit. So you've got that storm. I mean, there's honestly, guys, there's small hail in a lot of this, okay? But I would say the most three concerning storms would be the one towards Brinkley, the one we're tracking right now near Whitehall, and the one up here to the north of Dover. That's going to be the three strongest storms that we're tracking right now. But you can see, guys, where the pink is indicating that there's that there's hail in this.
Yeah, it's over Whitehall right now. We can go way down street level for you. Evans Road, Robin Street, the Baldwin Community, Dollarway Road. I'm real interested to hear what the hail reports are like out of that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything from the National Weather Service yet.
I haven't either. We also have Morrow, Wheatley, soon to be Palestine, Mariana, Forest City, and then eventually Wynn with some of these stronger storms. But only one severe thunderstorm warning on the board. Most of these, like Adam and Emily just said, Brinkley storm wasn't bad, just noisy and a lot of rain. That's what most of you will observe out of this is just thunder, rain and thunder, perhaps some wind. There's the tornado risk today is extremely low overall. That doesn't mean we can't have a tornado warning. It's just this is not a high risk tornado day. Kylie's asking about the tornado threat in Pope County. It's very, very low, Kylie. Probably just noisy more than anything. Joshua says hail in Whitehall now, just lightning strikes. Josh, I would love for you to let us know how big that hail was if you're in Whitehall, depending on what side of Whitehall you are on. I'm real curious to hear. Haley, same thing. If you have hail reports from Whitehall, please let us know. Beth says, how bad is Stuttgart? I have a son that lives there. No warnings in Stuttgart, but it's noisy and perhaps some light hail south of town, or small hail south of town. Sorry, Blaze, go ahead.
National Weather Service definitely confirming large hail in that area.
In Whitehall, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay. Hopefully get some reports in here from Whitehall pretty soon. I just got a report on Twitter.
There's a lot of people that live in Whitehall.
Dime to nickel-sized hail in Whitehall.
Wow.
Just got a video of it, and it's noisy.
That's the thing, guys. When you send in these reports, do it safely, but we appreciate those reports because it confirms what radar's seeing.
Golf ball size in town right now. Someone just said, sent photos in Messenger. Thank you guys for sending stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, I just got a photo. This looks more like marble size from Haley Stevens. Thank you, Haley, for the report. Marble size. Well, that's what she said. Marble size hail. Jessa Mahani is saying golf ball size where she is. Hopefully we can continue to get reports and photos of this from Whitehall.
Yeah, I like this right here because you guys can see our radar product is really highlighting specifically where it thinks the largest hail is occurring. So you're seeing, I believe that's Warburton. I hope I'm saying that right. That area is experiencing very large hail, and this is moving off towards the east. So these areas that you can see on this map need to be keeping an eye on the storm. I see what you just sent to the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I just told them marble size based off those photos. That's about the closest thing that I can estimate. I really want to see. Somebody said that they got a report of golf, or they have seen golf ball size hail, which I think is possible. I just want to see a photo of it. That's pretty big hail.
That's big, yeah. Let me look.
It looks like that hail core has went down a little bit. It looks like it was strongest just west of town.
Yeah, but it's still holding its.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still strong, guys, but it does look weaker.
Yeah, the hail core now, this is a little bit older. Well, no, this is a current scan, isn't it? It's over Warburton now, Williams Road, Sturgis Road, soon to be University Drive, Earl Chaddock Road, Island Harbor Marina Road. So on the east side of Whitehall. It looks like the worst of the hail core is going to miss most of Pine Bluff and move off to the east toward Wilkins, Rob Roy, Altheimer Lake, Atkins Lake, Glen Lake, and so on. So that's kind of where we're trending on this storm.
Another area kind of showing some hail right now is right around the Prattsville area near Sheridan.
Yeah, right here. That's Scott Hollinger
There's
country.
a little. Yeah, I'm seeing a little area kind of zoning right now in that.
Just north of Sheridan and just northeast of Prattsville. That will likely cross 167 if you're traveling down 167 towards Sheridan.
I mean, there's some small hail on this line from Newport all the way down to Brinkley, but overall, it does look like that's weakening. That line is weakening. And I also think the Dover storm is weakening too.
Yeah, the one up here. Yeah, this.
Yeah, you want to go back to regular reflectivity?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I changed that setting.
Oh,
earlier.
I thought I did it. Is that all right? That's Shreveport. That's why. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like overall here, the worst of the storms are just south of Little Rock, which is what we expected. It's what we've been forecasting today. South of I-40 is the main concern. Somebody's asking about Stuttgart. Someone said Stuttgart's clear. Storming in Stuttgart now, maybe some small hail north Stuttgart, Rikuski and Yoder as this moves off to the east. This is going to be moving out of town pretty quick, but there's more storms to the west. But by far and large, Blaze, I think the story right now is the storm in Jefferson County. I don't think it's really close.
Definitely. Yeah, anybody in these areas needs to be getting the vehicle, parked in the garage.
Yeah.
Do whatever you got to do.
Yeah, would not be driving around.
Yeah, no. Okay, so what I'm looking at, you guys can't see this, but it's on a different screen. The vertical integrated liquid. I'm looking at this, and Zach, it to me looks like maybe the storm is splitting.
Yeah.
And you can see that on reflectivity too. You've got a hail core to the north of Pine Bluff and a hail core to the south of Pine Bluff. But it looks like Pine Bluff, the city itself, is not experiencing the largest hail.
No,
So-
I know. I think the worst of it's north, and there's a little bit to the south. Alexis says, is Cabot all clear? Yeah, just rain and thunder right now in Cabot. No severe weather at this time. This is all south and east of you.
Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning.
For this Jefferson County storm.
I believe so.
Did I not bring my water in here? Dadgummit. All right. Might have to go get that in a minute.
I don't know. It hasn't
Dad,
popped up.
no.
Nope,
It's
right
up here. Large severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's go over and go over this, Blaze. So,
Okay.
severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, St. Francis County, parts of Cross County, Crittenden County, and then, Crittenden County as well. So, Wynn, just some landmark locations, Hughes, Mariana, Forest City, Wynn, Palestine, and this does include, I think I already said it, but Wynn and Earl as well for strong winds and possibly large hail. If you're traveling down I-40, or if you know someone on I-40 coming from Memphis back to Little Rock, perhaps might call them and let them know they could be driving into a pretty nasty storm. Gina, this is well north of Lake Village, so we might have storms in Lake Village later this afternoon in South Arkansas, but for now you're mostly clear of any of this. Somebody asked about the tornado risk in BB. No tornado risk in BB right now. Nothing imminent, of course. We do have a low risk of severe weather today for tornadoes, lasting through the afternoon. But for now, nothing imminent, and it's a very low risk.
It looks like, to me, reason for that severe thunderstorm warning, we're starting to see a little bit of wind developing just to the west of Forest City.
That would make sense.
So I don't think they issued that warning because of hail, because it looks smaller on the hail size. But I could see some winds off this.
I'm sending this to report to the National Weather Service. Of course, Heather, no problem. If you're just now joining us, my name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm joined here with meteorologist Blaze Thomas on the Arkansas Weather Network, and we are tracking 2 severe thunderstorms at this time. A severe thunderstorm south of Little Rock in Jefferson County and a sliver of Grant County. And then a larger severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Arkansas that includes counties like Cross County, Lee County, Crittenden County, St. Francis County. And this is mainly, we think, for stronger wind gusts, perhaps some hail as well. This really encompasses the I-40 area, not too far from Memphis. So 2 areas really to watch. There are other pockets of thunderstorms ongoing now, but most of you are likely observing just rain and thunder. We will have continued severe weather chances through the afternoon and early evening, especially south of Little Rock. And that does include a very low tornado risk. So the Arkansas Weather Network team, myself and Blaze, and James, I'm sure eventually, if need be, we'll be here to monitor this for you. Blaze, if you want to take it away.
Yeah, I definitely see those winds gusting out pretty good, heading towards the Colt area, just south of Wynn. So, because I don't know, the hail threat looks like it might be going down with this line, which is good.
Yeah.
But those
you're talking about with
really
the lineup
cranky.
here. This is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like a. This doesn't look like a hail-producing complex. This looks like a windbag. You know, some pockets of stronger winds and perhaps some hail, I guess. But
let's see what the National Weather Service is advising. Got another report here. Pea-size hail in Pine Bluff.
yeah, that's that smaller little reflectivity blip right here. The worst of it is
Yep.
north. The worst of it in Jefferson County by far is right here. East of Whitehall now, north of Pine Bluff, moving off towards Wilkins, Altheimer, Lake Dick, Matting, and I guess eventually here into, let me clear my radar. This storm is eventually going to move into Arkansas County eventually. It just might be a little bit because it still has quite a ways to go. Jefferson County is a larger county, so. Melissa Tucker Blaze said bad hail in Whitehall. Melissa, can you give us an estimate on how big that hail is? Is it nickel size, quarter size, dime size? We appreciate the reports.
Yeah, that is a well-defined hail signature on radar. Wow. That's, I would say, Zach, and this is probably our strongest storm we've tracked all day.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yes, it is. Especially when it came into Whitehall, I feel like that was the peak of it so far.
Okay, Melissa said it was quarter-sized.
Quarter size. Okay. Thank you, Melissa, for that report. That's really good information. So it seems to me like most of it nickel, dime to quarter size at times. I did see one report of golf ball size. I haven't seen any photos of that in the Whitehall area. Excuse me.
Just kind of analyzing all across
Yeah.
the state, just looking.
Blaze, real quick before you do anything, can I pull up the day one real quick?
Yeah, go for it. Like I said, I've got radar on another screen, so.
So, guys, sorry, it's the first day on the job, it feels like. So, this is our severe weather risk. We have a lot of people asking, about such and such county getting bad weather today. What about so-and-so? What about so-and-so? This is our severe weather outlook for the day, okay? The dark green shading is a very low risk of severe weather, and the yellow shading is a low risk. So when we say that, there's a good opportunity for you to see at least some thunderstorms today. However, we expect the severe weather reports to remain on the lower side. So instead of having widespread significant severe weather, it's really a lower end risk for that. So if you're in a yellow shaded county, you have some fair odds to see some strong thunderstorms this afternoon and through the early evening. And if you're in a dark green shading, you have either already observed a few storms or could through the evening with a very low risk for severe weather. So hopefully that helps to answer your questions. If you live south and east of Little Rock, you have the best chances today, as we continue. And we've seen that now with the storm in Jefferson County, the storms moving off towards Wynn and Forest City and stuff. So that's kind of where we are on a forecast level when it comes to the severe weather risk today. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, one in Jefferson County and one in Lee County, Crittenden County, St. Francis, and Cross County. And Blaze, that's really where we are as of 12:37.
Yeah. We still got those 2 that we're tracking. Just looking at radar overall, still seeing signs of pretty large hail just east of Palm Bluff. Oh, okay, new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's just a continuation of it's an extension of the current warning for the Palm Bluff area.
Okay, so they went ahead and extended it. No, there it is.
Yep.
So this does include Jefferson County to the east, of course, and then eventually Arkansas County. It does not include the city limits of Stuttgart, Blaze. It's just the southern half. It doesn't even include DeWitt at this time, or Gillette. Well, I guess it kind of includes Gillette. But, folks, the reason for the warning is this right here. The hail core here that's moving off to the east. So if you live anywhere east of that, you should anticipate at least the possibility for some hail, possibly large hail too.
Zach,
Yep.
Towards just south of Forest City, I'm starting to see a little bit of an indication of a more like another hail core developing.
Okay.
Again,
Right
it's
here?
already warned, guys, but yeah,
In
right
Lee
there.
County. Now, folks, this is in Lee County. Mariana, soon to be Hughes, eventually.
And I'm also seeing another hail core trying to develop just east of Stuttgart.
Okay. Yep, right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So between Stuttgart, Holly Grove, and Ulm is where Blaze is talking about, right in here. Doesn't look anything too significant. Well, it disappeared on me. But that's what we're looking at there. And then Pine Bluff storm looks pretty healthy. Like, I know the hail core
Yeah,
shrank
it's
a little
pretty-
bit on us. This storm is certainly the most impressive storm on the board, moving into soon to be Arkansas County.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I could be wrong on this, Zach. This might be getting bigger, hail size wise.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, looking at the latest scan, it almost has that, kind of that look.
Right.
Not saying
Yeah.
it should have a tornado warning or anything. It just kind of has that look. Supercellular characteristics is what I'm trying to get at here. That's, guys, I'm not trying to hide any secrets from anyone. It just kind of has that look where it's sort of not necessarily isolating itself, but you can tell it's kind of taking on its own characteristics where a lot of this other stuff is multicellular. I know I'm kind of getting into the weeds of meteorology here, but the Jefferson and Arkansas County storm is certainly on my radar, no pun intended, along with the storms up here in eastern Arkansas too. These storms are strong as well. Wynn, Forest City, Mariana, probably eventually Memphis, Earl, Marion, and Hughes. So I'm just going to zoom out like that, Blaze, and hold it region-wide for a second so people can see it.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I really think our strongest storm, I mean, just looking at it from a hail aspect, it would be that Pine Bluff storm. And then the next would be the Forest City storm. And yeah, that hail core, man, that's pretty intense.
You talking about the storm in Jefferson County?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Let's zoom in here real quick and get tied on that. Lake Dick, Rob Roy Road, Morgan Road, Madding Community, eventually South Highway 88 at Rob Roy Road. Large hail is possible. So the reason we do these and call out these names localized is because we're trying to be as local as possible for you guys. Everyone here can see that the largest hail is likely in this area here. And this is going to continue moving off to the east toward the areas that I just mentioned here in Jefferson County.
Yeah. Just looking at overall this Forest City storm, it looks like it's weakening. I'm not. I mean, there's still going to be some small hail guys embedded with it, but overall, it looks like it is weakening. So that's good news. Really, our strongest storm we have is this Pine Bluff storm. No doubt about that.
Yeah. Even this stuff up here, I know it's noisy near Russellville, Dardanelle and stuff, guys, but it doesn't compare right now to this. This is the public enemy number one when it comes to strong storms right now. A lot of lightning involved too. You can tell this storm is kind of taking on a characteristic of its own. There's not a whole lot of competition to the south, Blaze. You have some of this stuff to the south, but really it's kind of in its own little world, which is probably helping it.
I think we got a new warning.
Okay.
But it hasn't popped up yet.
All right. We'll wait for that to populate. Someone asked about Stuttgart. Yes, there is a storm moving into Stuttgart now. You can see Stuttgart's here on the map. Hopefully you can see that okay. The severe thunderstorm is to the south of you, Heidi, in southern sections of Arkansas County and in Jefferson County.
Okay. What it is it's just a cancellation of that warning that is back behind that current one.
Oh, okay. So the Grant County and Jefferson County original warning.
Yeah, that polygon should disappear.
Someone said, what does tomorrow's chances look like? I don't want to pull up that right now because we're tracking this, but we will have more chances for storms tomorrow, guys. Some of them could be strong to severe. We will have more updates on that tonight before we really get into tomorrow. We have chances again on Wednesday as well. So not holding out on you, but we're going to try to keep this up for now while this is moving through. Drive, Blaze, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at something real fast.
Carrie, I
want to go back.
I don't think it's moving super fast. It's moving, but it's not. I don't know. Not crazy fast.
So, this is really cool, guys, because this technology, it shows you reflectivity, but it also highlights where it thinks there's probably some hail. And as you can see, there's really not anything being lit up in this area. But as we move to the south over here to that severe warned, it's very obvious, Zach, that it actually looks like it might be weakening a little bit. That newest scan, I like that.
Yeah.
It does look a little bit weaker, but it's still producing hail, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And I also think we got to watch Redfield too, because I've got on another screen, got a little bit of lighting up on that. But really, I mean, everything else just looks pretty typical thunderstorms to me.
Pretty general. Yeah. Megan, if you're a walking mail carrier in Stuttgart, I'd certainly stay inside for a little bit. Be safe out there. Kara Marie asked about the moving super slow. It's moving around 40 miles an hour right now, the storm is.
So y'all see that? This is when it started developing. Then it really got a hail core right around here. And looking at its latest scan, it still has that hail core, but it does look a little bit weaker, Zach. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think, the worst of this was over Whitehall, west,
right.
Central and western sections of Whitehall. The hail in Pine Bluff wasn't very large. I saw a report from Pine Bluff Police that, it wasn't real big. But this is continuing to move off to the east around 40 miles an hour and will eventually impact Arkansas County south of Stuttgart. The severe warning part of this storm will.
All right, I'm going back to radar here.
Okay. I got a report from somebody in, I'm guessing this is in Whitehall. It looks like the hail was so large that it ripped up a canopy at her house.
Whoa.
Yes. Melissa Tucker. Yeah, that's nasty, man.
That's not good.
I'm going to try to get this posted on Facebook real quick.
But I do have good news, guys. Just looking at what we're seeing right now, it to me looks like this storm is falling apart. So it had very large hail as we know it. And it looks to me like this storm is falling apart. Does not mean it's not going to re-strengthen. That's a possibility. But right now, to me, it just looks like that hail core is weakening. And that's good news, Zach. That is good news.
Yeah,
We like
after
that.
seeing these photos, I'm glad because this is, I mean, like I said, there's an outdoor canopy and it ripped it to shreds. I mean, you could tell that was coming down with some force.
And for anybody still in the severe thunderstorm warning near the Forest City, Wynn, Earl area, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, just looking at this, it just doesn't look all that strong. Yes, it's going to be heavy rain. Yes, there's a lot of lightning with this, and there could be some gusty winds. But this, to me, Zach, it just looks like all these storms are kind of falling apart right now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. You know, whenever you have a lot of these multicellular modes, storms, updrafts raining into one another, it just seems like sometimes storms can get a little junky, which is a good thing. We've already seen what that one storm in Whitehall, having that ability to kind of work on its own, produced. Not a good time when you get these multicellular storms. Not that they can't be strong to severe, they can produce strong winds and hail too, and even tornadoes. But Blaze, you said it earlier, the kinematics with this, the wind profiles, it's enough to get storms going. You know, some semi-severe at times, but not an organized lone supercell, isolated supercell day for the most part across a large part of the state.
Right. We really are lacking that surface-based instability. In the upper levels, yeah, we got some instability. And that's what's allowing for us to have these hail cores. But as these storms continue to try to progress to the surface, they just fall apart because there's, you know. But now I do think the afternoon we'll start to see a little bit of surface-based instability moving in, but just what I saw this morning just wasn't, and I don't want to use the word impressive because nothing in severe weather is impressive, but
yeah,
you know, from a storm side, it just didn't look all that strong. So,
Blaze, I'm going to let you handle this for a second while I get this report posted on my Facebook page.
all right. I'm just looking kind of at different areas. So let's, again, if you're just joining us, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are technically on the board right now. But to us, it looks like these are weakening. Yes, don't get me wrong, these probably are still producing some small hail. Yes. But I do think overall these are starting to weaken. You can see that reflected on radar. This to me looks like it's a lot weaker than what it was. Looks like a lot of very heavy rain. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Could be some wind embedded with this, but overall, it to me just looks weaker. As you move towards the southwest and we move towards the severe thunderstorm warning, yes, there's still hail with this. I think it's still producing some hail, but I do think that overall it is smaller hail than what we saw earlier. This storm really intensified near the Whitehall, Pine Bluff area, and now as it moves east, it continues to weaken. Now, it does look a little bit stronger than a couple of radar scans ago, but overall, it's not producing the hail that we saw previously, which is good news. But it's still, I still think it's producing. I still think it's producing hail. I really do. Power's out in northern Grant County. Thank you for that report. Somebody asking about storms headed towards Rogers.
I don't think we have any storms. Blake, this is on the other side of the state, brother. No concerns there for now. Yeah, this is, can I drive for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
these storms are south and east of Little Rock, so up in Rogers, we're good to go. West Arkansas in general, unless we have some redevelopment here in the next few hours, I think going to miss the bulk of this as storms continue off to the east.
Yeah. Do we have a new warning? Something went off just a second ago, but I'm not sure. It alerted, but I don't know. I'm not sure what it's for. Are you seeing a new warning anywhere?
I'm not.
I thought we might see a. I thought we might see a cancellation, honestly, of this one in eastern Arkansas, just because how weak it is.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're just banking on that wind threat.
Yeah. The Pine Bluff storm that we were tracking earlier, guys, I want to reiterate the fact that this is not, how can I say this? This is still severe, okay? Even though it's not producing the hail size that we were looking at earlier, it's still producing hail, and this is still going to produce some damage. So even though it's weakening, yes, I think we're still seeing some severe storms out of this, and severe hail. But I will tell you, I think this storm in eastern Arkansas, I think it's weaker. I really do. Look at what I'm seeing on radar. I mean, there's barely any. There's a few areas of very heavy rain, but like any signs of any significant hail, I just don't see it, Zach, with any of this, except for this Pine Bluff storm.
I'm gonna pull up that photo real quick if that's okay. Let me upload it.
Go for it.
Upload it in the drive real quick.
Is it of the hail?
The hail and that canopy that got ripped up. It's just an interesting side by side. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Give me just a second.
Wow.
So
you have a picture of the canopy too?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's.
Okay. See,
Melissa
I thought
Tucker.
you only had a report.
No, Melissa Tucker shared it with me just a second ago. I'm just trying to get to the drive and get it pulled up so I can show everybody. So guys, this is what I'm gonna pull this over. This is what the.
I'm gonna take it full.
Cool. Go ahead.
All right, there you go.
So this is what the hail looked like in Whitehall, which is in Jefferson County. Folks, you can see, obviously the hail accumulating there on the left, larger hailstones, but her poor canopy outside got ripped to shreds, and I'm sure got damaged some other stuff there. But this is what we were tracking live when we said that there was very large hail likely moving into Whitehall. You can see it. I mean, it's very obvious. Someone reported golf ball size blaze. I can see some stuff there. It looks like it could be somewhat close to golf ball, but nonetheless, damaging hail in Jefferson County over the last 30 minutes. You can see some of those there on the left. Maybe not quite golf ball, but larger hail. They would certainly hurt if it hit you on the head.
There's a few, right?
Yeah.
That look a little bit on the bigger side. Yeah, I agree with that.
Her poor canopy, though, or whatever you call those things, outdoor covered, it got ripped to shreds. So, but anyways, we'll go back to the radar here. I wanted to show you guys that's kind of what we're dealing with today. I said last night on Facebook, today was not a day to blindly drive into thunderstorms because you could be driving into one of these. So certainly not a good day to do that. All right, Blaze. Kind of, I guess
we're getting any.
We can reset here, I guess. My name is Zachary Hall, otherwise known as the Arkansas Storm Tracker. I'm here with meteorologist Blaze Thomas on the Arkansas Weather Network. We've been tracking storms now for, Blaze, you've been at it for a couple hours, I think. I hopped in about an hour ago, and we've got a couple of severe thunderstorms. One up in St. Francis Cross, Lee County, moving into Crittenden County, and then we have a severe thunderstorm you can see here at the bottom that is moving out of Jefferson and into Arkansas County, south of Stuttgart. That storm is the one that produced the large hail a few moments ago, and then the wind is the bigger concern with the storm near Wind in Forest City, soon to be Memphis. So that's what we're tracking for now, Blaze. Maybe some more activity this afternoon and this evening that we're going to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, I think so. I do think with how much rain we're seeing right now, hopefully, fingers crossed, that will help to lower down our instability out there. So that's what we're hoping for, guys. But
yeah,
people. Sorry, go ahead. There's
no,
somebody
I was
asking
just going
about
to
tornado.
read. Yeah, Cameron Shelton. Cameron's asking about Crittenden County tornado potential. I can't tell you that it's zero, but it's very low at this time. I don't see, Blaze, unless I'm missing something, I don't see anything that indicates an imminent tornado threat in there in Crittenden County. So that's going to be noisy, though. Roxanne says, what's happening in Hazen? It's just raining right now. Maybe some thunder periodically, but nothing significant at this time. It's all south and east of you.
Yeah, it's I mean, Zach, I just think overall everything's just kind of falling apart.
Yeah, it looks like it's behaving. We went through a period there for about 30 minutes where I felt like we were kind of amping up. I think if we can get these warnings to settle down, I figure we'd probably hop off and kind of monitor things through the afternoon. But I do want to come down here and zoom in on this a little bit more. Blaze, if you need to step away or anything, you feel free to do so. I know you've been at it for a minute. But this storm, the worst of this storm, the severe thunderstorm in Jefferson County, is about to cross the Arkansas County line. So if you live in Stuttgart, it's noisy and raining and thundering, but the worst of this, I think, is to your south, and it's moving off to the east. And folks, I'm talking about the worst of it. Any potential hail, larger hail, is going to be right in here. And this is moving off to the east towards eventually DeWitt. No offense to the Cross County and the Lee County and Crittenden County storm, but this one just certainly has, I think, higher potential for damaging hail. It's already produced damaging hail once. And the other storm up in eastern Arkansas, this is more of a wind concern moving towards Memphis at this time. We really appreciate you joining us. It's almost 1 o'clock hour here in Arkansas. I would love if you are watching. I know that this is not some high-end severe weather risk, but if you're watching on my Facebook or James's Facebook or Blaze or the Arkansas Weather Network, feel free to leave a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Jenny says, Jonesboro, ? Not a whole lot going on in Jonesboro right now. The worst of this is well to your south and southwest. The severe weather risk in Jonesboro today is extremely low. Faith says tornado potential in DeWitt. It's certainly not zero in DeWitt. This storm to your west is strong. It's severe. But I don't have an imminent tornado warning for you at this time, and I think you are going to get some stronger storms here momentarily, though, as this moves off to the east. All is calm in Fairfield Bay, says FBCU. Watching from Manila, thank you for watching. Outages, says James Parnell. Outages in the areas of Whitehall. Yes, that does not surprise me given how strong that storm was when it moved through.
Looks like we're fixing to have a new severe thunderstorm watch.
Okay.
Momentarily.
I'm guessing for the afternoon hours. Excuse me. To go through the afternoon, evening.
Yeah. Yeah, it goes till 7 o'clock. Which again, guys, that should kind of ease some of your anxiety and fear because they're not issuing tornado watches. They're issuing a severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah.
So.
Kara says, what does England look like later this afternoon? We could have development through the afternoon. The severe weather risk in England is fairly low, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. Rain and thunder right now, of course, in England. Storming in Harrisburg, says Janet.
We've got another. Oh, I think it's just them continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for the Arkansas, Jefferson, Lincoln area.
Until 1:15?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that message. Still got the warning out there to the east and then this one down here. So I'm just going to kind of zoom in tight on those two for the time being. I'm going to loop this. Let's do 15 minutes, Blaze. Watching from my office in downtown Little Rock, says Katie Mason. Thank you for watching. Colby says, will Grady and Star City get anything? It is possible, especially through the afternoon and evening hours as this complex, if we have any redevelopment. But right now, I feel like Grady is to the south of this. Yeah, Grady and Star City is kind of missing the bulk of this at this time. We'll see if anything develops to your west. Mary Beth Hutches Hoffman says, is Waldron in the clear? For now, yes. No development at this time. Over you in Waldron and Scott County. This is on the other side of the state. It's dark and thundering and lightning in Harrisburg, says Janet Land. Jackie says, it still doesn't help my anxiety. I'm sorry, Jackie. I'm sorry.
Looks like we've got more people tuning in kind of more towards north central Arkansas, probably on that complex that's moving through because there's a fairly strong storm heading northern but it actually looks like it's really falling apart. So
Yeah.
I see Faith's on here, Greg from Conway, which that's my uncle. So
Oh, awesome. Welcome in, Greg.
yep.
Yeah, the storms that are moving up towards your home range, Blaze, are just noisy. They don't really look like much of anything at this time, thankfully.
Thank goodness.
Somebody asked about wind getting anything. It's storming and wind right now. If you're talking about like tornadoes and stuff, I don't think so right now, brother. It looks pretty passive as these storms move off to the east. Drew Lewis says, "Is Bryant, Little Rock area in the clear?" Well, there's storms in the area, so I can't necessarily tell you that it's all gone. But the worst of this is certainly to your south and east, Drew, in North Little Rock. Blaze, Laura is watching on the Roku app. I love to hear that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we love having people watch our Roku app. Guys, that is such a fantastic avenue to watch us. You can have a Roku app on your TV and you can pull us up and play on your phone and not worry about having the live stream up on your phone. You just have it up on your TV. Thank you, Laura.
Well, and another thing is like the quality, it's really good.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? So it's like,
Yeah.
it's perfect for putting it on the TV. And one thing we do, and I'm just throwing this out there, is when the storms are not impacting people in terms of a life-threatening deal, and we don't have to go live, we're still live on the radar. So you guys, and there's music too. So, and if something's fixing to happen, we're going to pop on. We're going to let you know what's happening. So you could just keep that up all the time during these storms, and you'll be able to see radar live in high definition, which I think is really cool. So
Barbara says Russellville just got what Forrest Gump would describe as big old fat rain. I love it. All types of rain. Yeah, no kidding. It's a mess out there. St. Charles is getting loud. Yep. Kaylee says, how on the TV? If you have a smart TV and you can download the... Blaze, you can better explain this than me for someone's asking.
So if you have Roku, which right now that's all we have is on Roku, but we're getting ready to expand to more sources. But all you got to do is just go to the TV channel, like search, like your apps on Roku, and search Arkansas Weather Network. You'll find it. It is a gray logo. You'll see it. You add it, and you're set up. So
Tyler says, this is the only weather I watch these days. Y'all are great. Thank you, Tyler. We appreciate that. That's our goal, is for every Arkansan to watch us. And Hope says, so tomorrow and Wednesday, there's more tornado potential. Yes, there will be. I feel like the tornado potential might be a little bit better tomorrow, Blaze, than Wednesday. I feel like Wednesday looks pretty messy, but both days will feature a low severe weather risk, low tornado potential, but not zero, unfortunately.
yeah, we were getting a lot of questions about that earlier, and I just kind of told people, I was like, the threat's definitely going to be higher tomorrow than it is today.
Yeah.
But, I think it's going to be more. We're going to have more thunderstorm potential.
I haven't dove into the data for tomorrow like I probably should have. I had a doctor's appointment this morning. I apologize. But I think the tornado risk tomorrow is going to be conditional on if we have storms. Some of the data was pretty lackadaisical on storm coverage, severe thunderstorms, that is. But I'm sure we'll probably have a couple to keep an eye on tomorrow evening, unfortunately. Jessica says, hi from Fayetteville. Hello.
I just hope it's not like, the other day when it was just like, sitting there just watching radar, just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then like it was
2 a.m.
the middle of the night that things started getting crazy.
It's unfortunate. That's the way it happens.
I mean, I don't want things to get crazy, but if it is going to get crazy during the day, because people will be able to see the stuff.
Yes.
It's way more dangerous at night.
I agree. Looking at our severe thunderstorm, we haven't forgot about you guys in Arkansas County. It's just kind of more of the same here. This is moving out of Jefferson County and headed for DeWitt, areas south of Stuttgart near Gillette. Hail is possible, but I'm not so sure that the hail sizes here are just too incredibly large at this time.
No, it's that storm's falling apart.
Yeah.
Every one of these storms is falling apart. The rate this is going, I wouldn't be surprised we see some cancellations of some warnings, Zach.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I wouldn't mind it, to be honest with you. I don't work for the National Weather Service, but I think we're trending in a good direction as far as storm severity. I guess we'll see, but Our Memphis storm that's about to be out of our hair. No offense to our friends in Mississippi and Tennessee, but that's going to be out of our state and lives forever here momentarily. And really, outside of that, we've got the the Arkansas County storm that won't be with us too much longer either, before it's moving out of here.
Right.
Really am watching the Oneida development here to the south, south of Pine Bluff, near Monticello, kind of that area. You can see that one storm there, Blaze, that's developed off into Mississippi. For any continued tornado or severe weather potential this afternoon. I think the bulk of the problems with what's going on now, this is going to probably wash out our parameter space, Blaze, across central and eastern Arkansas, and probably push everything south into our southern counties. So,
yeah, I think so.
it's already 1 o'clock now.
Yeah, I would say I just don't see the atmosphere recovering near the Pine Bluff, Little Rock area. I don't think we have enough time. Could be wrong, but guys, you got to think about it. If the atmosphere recovers, we're going to have sunshine. And I have no doubt in my mind, we have a lot of clouds out there. We're not seeing sunshine.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get hours of sunshine this afternoon. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we're probably going to have a few storms to watch this afternoon south of Little Rock, but it looks like this is going to wash out a large part of our parameter space to work with. So, right. Faith says it's thundering in Denard and getting dark. Roxanne says, Blaze, do I have time to run into town without hitting any bad weather? Do you know Roxanne, Blaze?
No.
Okay.
I do know her. You do not have time.
You do know her?
I do know her, yes, and she's up our way, and no, there's not time because it's thundering right now. And
yeah,
it's not raining yet, but
it's almost there.
Yeah, no, would not advise traveling right now.
You just wait a little bit; it'll be clear. You can go out, give it 30, 45 minutes. Yeah, good to go. Well, Blaze, I think I'm gonna hop off here and run into the living room and work on a few things. I'm pretty comfortable with how things are going. Let's check this storm one more time down here. Did the hail core pop up a little bit on us? It did. Hold on.
It did. Yeah, it did.
Well, we're talking about this right here, guys. Notice a little bit of a brightening on that hail core right here. That's about to cross the Arkansas County line, Blaze. Near Bayou Meadow. This is a pretty rural area. Bermac, Langford, Riddell. What if we can get down? Yeah, you can tell. I'm getting weighted. That's mostly Delta land there. But this is going to continue off to the east there. I think in between Gillette and DeWitt, Blaze.
Yeah, I think so. National Weather Service just...
They did, yes.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah. So, folks, this is expanded. Of course, Arkansas County was already included. Parts of Desha County. There's a sliver of northeastern Lincoln County. Does not include the city limits of Star City. And then, of course, we've already discussed Arkansas County in depth. This is just an expansion of that for large hail potential. I feel like they went pretty far south with that, Blaze. That warning probably gone.
Yeah, they did, because the storm itself is trending more towards the east and northeast, unless there's some shear that's making it shift directions around. But I don't see any signs of that.
No, I think it's mostly an easterly mover at this time. Perhaps they're anticipating some appendages on the south side that maybe try to form. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
But all right, I'm gonna hop off here for just a few minutes. Blaze, feel free to stay as live as you want, brother. If they cancel the warnings, I don't blame you if you get off, and because we'll probably have some more coverage this afternoon. So, folks, I really appreciate you hanging out and watching with us. I think Blaze is going to stay on at least for a couple more minutes while we cover this. And
yeah, I'm going to stay on with these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and then after that, I'll probably jump off.
Okay. Blaze, if anything gets cranky more than it is now, I'll hop back on with you, okay?
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm going to mute my stuff real quick.
All right. All right, guys. So, again, just want to jump back to this storm here. because the hail core has increased a little bit over towards Gillette and DeWitt. We're watching this very closely. To me, it looks like it's the strongest storm that we're currently tracking right now. And people asking about Tuesday update, Wednesday update. We will talk about tomorrow as well as Wednesday here in a little while, but we want to focus on this storm right now. So you can see the area that we're watching, and let me zoom in more here because I want to give you guys. So you see these areas right here. These areas could experience some decent size hail. Now, I think this is still weaker than what we saw previously towards like Pine Bluff, Whitehall. We saw some pretty large hail with that. So I think, yes, the hail core has spiked a little bit with this storm, but I still overall think that this is weaker than what we saw before. So that's good news. That I just want to kind of let you know that. Also, no tornado threat with this. I'm looking at velocity scan. I'm looking at anything that would show rotation. There's nothing with the storm. The reason for the issue of this storm literally is just the hail threat. That's it. It's pretty cold aloft, and it's able to build a hail core, and that's what we're seeing. So really, that's the big story with this storm. Anyone in the DeWitt area, Gillette, needs to be keeping an eye on the storm. This storm is still in Arkansas right now, but it's getting ready to move out of the state here in just a little bit. This is also moving at about 50 miles per hour, roughly. So it's moving pretty quick. And then don't want to take anything away from this severe thunderstorm warning that we still got here. But guys, this thing's fixing to move out of Arkansas. And looking at what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing anything that speaks real severe. I mean, there is probably some wind embedded with this. And I also think there could be some small hail, but overall, this just looks like just messy. That's all I see with this is messy. So that's good news. So we're continuing to watch this area very closely. We're going to continue to track these. We're going to continue to stay live. And again, we're live on our YouTube channel 24/7. We've got a 24/7 stream. We're also live on our Roku channel, Arkansas Weather Network. We have an app, Arkansas Weather Network, you can download from the iOS Google Play Store. So continuing this severe thunderstorm warning, but guys, this storm is it's fixing to exit the state, and then it's not going to be a concern for the state of Arkansas anymore. And then the focus really is just going to be this one severe thunderstorm warning. Let's zoom out, recap, because here's what we've got. Overview across the state. So we've got storms in eastern Arkansas. All right. You've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one in southeast Arkansas, one in eastern Arkansas. You've also got storms up here and, towards my stomping grounds. There's one storm here with a little bit of small hail right around the Zion Hill area, moving towards Archie Valley. So anyone in that area, there's also some lightning too. Does not look very strong. This storm does not at this time. But really the strongest storm we have on radar has to be this storm right here. Hail core is developing a little bit more now. I'm going to draw right here. You guys can see this just to the south of Hagler, right there. That, and specifically, it's going to be this area right here. That is an increase in hail size. So I'm thinking to myself, guys, the hail core with this particular storm is getting stronger. And again, it is still in Arkansas at this time, heading towards the DeWitt. So we're going to stay on the storm. We're going to stay right here. If you guys have any questions, I've got the chat pulled back up. So we're continuing to watch things very closely here. So, all right, let's see here. All right, so they went ahead and canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. There was a severe thunderstorm warning behind this storm. They went ahead and canceled that. So now all we have is this active 1 warning right here. You see this yellow polygon right there. I didn't do a very good job at drawing that, but you guys can see that. So you've got that. And yeah, they went ahead and canceled that severe thunderstorm warning, as I thought they would. So there was a warning here, and they canceled it. So that's good news. That is great news. No, we don't actually have a tornado watch or anything. All we have is a severe thunderstorm watch. I'll look at that here in a second. But guys, anyone in eastern Arkansas, so specifically headed towards like just past Earl, Marion, Terrell, they went ahead and canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. So that tells me right there that severe weather threat on this particular storm is going down. They're also canceling some severe thunderstorm watches too for central Arkansas. So that's good news for a lot of people. Again, really, the focus and the worst storm we have has to be the storm just to the northwest of Gillette. That's really the main focus here with this area. So the storm towards Gillette, no, Kaylee, I see no indications of that. There's no rotation with any of this. We don't have enough wind shear support right now to do anything. This is just a hail threat, isolated wind threat. That's about it. We don't really have the ingredients today for that. Let's see. Okay, so, but if you're in that area, Gillette, DeWitt, please park your vehicle in a garage somewhere safe, because I think there's going to be some large hail with this. I still don't think this is as large hail as what we saw previously, but here's a new scan. We got a cool technology thing here. I can do this, and okay, right there. So you see there's a little bit of hail with this. And if we go to, this is probably one of the coolest things that we have. So what happens is you can see that there's some small hail with this. If you start seeing white, then that would indicate that there's larger hail. And none of these storms have that. None of them. Even this one up here, it highlights a little bit of hail. That's why I think there's small hail northwest of Clinton. But zooming out, the strong have is definitely this storm right here that is severe warned. But this storm itself, network's getting a little bit buggy right now. I think it's catching back up here. Hang on, guys. There we go. That's weird. I really think this is the strongest storm we're watching right now. So here's DeWitt. Here's Gillette. So right here is the area of concern for hail. Not tornadoes, but concern for hail. Maybe some gusty winds on the leading edge of this, but I think the primary focus of this severe thunderstorm warning and the reason for the issue has to be based on it's got to be based on the fact of the hail threat with this. So again, we're continuing to watch things very closely, and we will continue to stay on this storm. So until this thing kind of exits out of the state, we still have a little bit, but this storm itself is moving pretty quick. So it will move out of here pretty fast. Our number one goal is to keep you guys safe, and we're going to try to be on top of these storms. Let you know what's headed your way before you're impacted with them. So thank you for that report about Marion. Yeah, it's storming pretty good up there. Yeah, we can actually, 1 second here. Here's our severe weather risk for today. And so you can see that. Continuing to, let's go back to radar here. So overall, storm definitely still got some hail with it. I have no doubt in my mind that if there's somebody, let's see, well, we just got a new radar scan. Yeah, it to me, guys, kind of looks like this thing is trending down. Like, just kind of looks like it's trending down some. So, just a suggestion when y'all post the warnings, is there any way y'all could post the size of hail / winds associated with the warning? That's a great idea. Uh, I will take that down as a suggestion. I will talk to the team and I will see what we can do. That's a really good idea. Not saying it's possible, um, but I'll see what we can do. Do you think they'll drop some of the watch before 3? Yeah, they're already canceling the watch for a lot of areas. So, like Central Arkansas was in this, and they're being removed pretty quick. Downpour. Thank you for that report. So, continuing. So, right here, so Mayview, Prairie Union, I would say Mayview, Prairie Union, anyone in these areas, please be aware that this has got some small hail. It's moving through the area right now. But overall, looks like this thing is weakening. I do want to look at something though. Yeah, see, it's still got some hail here. You can see it. It's to the southwest of DeWitt. Specifically right there. The structure of this storm, when I look at it, immediately, there can be some concern of like, okay, is this a supercell? But there is no rotation with this, and I don't see any signs of anything. So continuing to watch radar, guys. Give me 1 second here. By the way, if you guys want to ask any questions, feel free. I'm looking at the chat. Still, I think there's still a hail core just to the south of DeWitt and Gillette. So we're watching things very closely here, and we're going to continue. So just hang tight. Pulling up something here. We may have a new warning. Trying to see what the National Weather Service, there's something they're alerting on. Not sure if it's a new warning or a cancellation. I don't believe it'll be a cancellation. I don't see them canceling this warning right now. Nope, new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see. This is going to be for Mississippi County. Okay, so they went ahead and they're warning up here. Yep, right there. So if you're just joining us, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. It doesn't stay long in Arkansas, though. I mean, look at this, guys. It's not. This will not be around Arkansas much longer. So we're continuing. to track this. So let's look at the storm, which we're actually going to have to switch radar sites here. We're going to have to go to Memphis to see this storm. But you can see right now, that's a pretty strong thunderstorm. And again, it is severe warned here. This is going to be moving out of Arkansas very quickly. I mean, just look at that's the Arkansas line right there. So this is going to be exiting Arkansas pretty quick. Someone asking about, is Clinton good? So the thing about Clinton, there's some heavy rain, some thunderstorms, but I'm not seeing anything that's concerning me with severe weather. So, yeah, so we got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings now on the board. We've got this one, which again, they issued and then they canceled it. And so yeah, I don't know that they issued this for hail. I don't know that they issued this for a hail threat because I'm not really seeing a well-defined hail threat with this. But I do see some winds on leading edge. And so I wonder if they issued it for that. I can confirm here in just a second. If we go back to Little Rock radar site here, looking back at this storm, we're watching this storm closely. I still see a hail core just to the south of DeWitt. So yeah, this is going to be like really close to the DeWitt area. So I hope everybody in DeWitt has their cars parked in a garage, because if not, there could see some hail. It's definitely booming just north of Marion. Thank you for that report. Yes, you are under severe thunderstorm warning now. So please make sure you're keeping an eye on the weather. Now, again, there's not a tornado warning, no tornado threat with any of this. So we're good right now, but so again, here just south of DeWitt, seeing right here, that's the area that we are experiencing some hail. Right there. Small hail, not large, but it is something that is going to, could create some damage. This storm itself taking its time, but it is going to be moving out of Arkansas here in just a little bit. So just kind of bouncing back and forth here. There's some small hail with this north of Clinton right here. You could see it. Small hail core. Very heavy rain too. And there's some lightning as well. So anybody jumping in from Van Buren County, Pope County, over here towards Atkins, Morrilton, Russellville, this to me, the only concerning storm with any of this is this one right here north of Clinton, and it's just for hail threat. That's it, and it's small hail. It's nothing major. So really, the 2 strongest storms we're tracking is this one right here just to the north of Memphis, and then this one to the east of Pine Bluff. That is the 2 main storms that we are continuing on. And I'm telling you, when these 2 warnings expire, or actually, as of right now, they're not going to expire. What's going to happen is these storms are going to move out of Arkansas. But once that happens, then we'll jump off here because there's no reason to stay live, because there's not a threat at that point. But then we'll be watching this evening for more storms. I do think that these storms we're seeing right now, they've got to be zapping a lot of this energy, which is good, which would help with the severe weather threat for this evening. So if you missed it, there's a severe weather threat this evening and also this afternoon too. But and there's a threat Tuesday and another threat Wednesday. So like we were talking earlier, me and Zach, I feel like I don't use the word high threat because it's not a high threat, but the highest threat is going to be between these 3 days is definitely going to be tomorrow, not today. So that's the good news about all this. So we're continuing to track this. Again, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We've got this one that's north of Memphis, and then we've got this one that is just to the east of Pine Bluff. So we're just kind of staying on these storms right now as these continue to progress. Overall, it does. We got something here. Maybe a new warning. Let's see. Okay, so National Weather Service is advising that they are noticing a wind signature on this DeWitt storm, and that there's probably going to be damaging winds with this storm. So, not only DeWitt did you have to think about hail, but now you also have damaging wind threat. Again, not tornado, no rotation with any of this, but yes, there could be some winds aloft, and those could be making it to the surface. So let's go. Let's see. I wonder if Memphis is going to give me a good radar read on the. Not really. Velocity. I think Little Rock's going to be my best bet to see that. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, there's a little bit of wind energy off this. Not all that strong, but something we got to continue to watch. But again, guys, just want to reiterate the fact that there's still a small hail threat with this too, just to the southeast of DeWitt. So this storm itself, it's taking its time, but it is moving out of Arkansas. But it's still in Arkansas right now, so we're going to stay on it. So you see this also, we got that severe thunderstorm warning. Guys, this storm itself, let's go Memphis radar. Yeah, so here's the border. I mean, like the storm, it's halfway. It's halfway in Arkansas, halfway out. So, but it is moving out of Arkansas, which means it won't be long before this is not a threat for Arkansas, and then we'll be just down to one warning. So, but these storms are moving, like I said, a little bit on the faster side because most are moving at about 50 miles per hour with those. So we're continuing to watch things very closely here. So if you're just joining us, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one to the north of Memphis, and then we got this one here that is east of Pine Bluff. That is our 2 most concerning storms right now between all of Arkansas. That is what's our most concerning storm. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask those. I'm looking at the chat right now. West Memphis. So West Memphis, you guys, well, I'll be honest with you. Looking at this, because here's West Memphis right here. I feel like the worst or the strongest part is now moving towards your east. But I still think you're seeing very heavy rain right now. And I think you're seeing a lot of lightning. And there could even be some gusty winds. Someone asking about Clarendon. Yeah, we'll look at that. My map kind of went out of control there for a second, but so again, strongest storm we've got right now has to be this DeWitt storm. And it's just to the south of DeWitt, just to the north of Gillette. And so we're watching this very, very closely here. All right, so anybody asking for Lone Oak? Yeah, anywhere in this area, including Clarendon, because I know we got a comment about that just a second ago. You're good. To me, it looks like most of the rain and heavy rain is now moving off towards your east. So I don't see much more happening for Clarendon. The only thing is there's a few lightning strikes here and there, but um, the strongest part of the storm is not heading towards Clarendon, and it will not impact Clarendon. Hailing in DeWitt, thank you for that report. Yes, DeWitt is definitely getting it right now. That hail core is pretty strong just to the south of DeWitt. So, somebody asking about Crossit here. So the thing about Crossit is there is no active threat right now for Crossit, but I will tell you about this. There is a severe weather threat today into the afternoon. And I think the best chance of seeing severe weather this afternoon will be near Crossit, will be in that southeast Arkansas corner. So while you don't have a threat right now, I think there is a severe weather threat today and afternoon for that area. We're going to be watching that area close. So you're good right now, but keep an eye on the weather this afternoon. Downpour and hail in DeWitt. Thank you for that report, Faith. Appreciate it. Looking at that storm again, it was a little bit on the weaker side, maybe. Maybe some of that hail core starting to weaken just a little bit, but some of that could be the fact that that hail core developed so fast and then it dropped the hail. And when it drops the hail like that, radar will see that storm just fall apart, but it's because it dropped its hail. And so we're getting reports of downpour, heavy rain, hail, and DeWitt. So that makes sense that it is dropping its hail core right now. So we're going to stay on this storm. Again, continuing with the severe thunderstorm warning, but I'll be honest, guys, at this point, it looks like the strongest part of this storm is now out of Arkansas. So I'm thinking Arkansas not going to be affected by the storm much longer. Marion should start calming down there. So with this particular storm kind of out of Arkansas at this point, I'm going to be heavily focused on the severe thunderstorm warning right here until it moves out of the state because it is still in Arkansas. It goes until 2 o'clock. I see no signs of them canceling this warning. I don't think they're going to. If I see that wind signature. Yeah, there's some gusty winds near the DeWitt area. I can see that on another radar. Yep, right there. Jonesboro area, good. Well, let's look at that. Let me clear this off here. So Jonesboro, yep, you're good. Maybe some heavy rain on the backside of this near the Clinton area that moves east, but Jonesboro really don't see anything happening today. So you're good, Martha. Someone asking about what about BB? Let's look at BB. So BB's good. There's some rain, heavy rain to the northwest, but all of this is I don't think this is really going to impact BB. Maybe a little bit more sprinkles of rain, but that's about it. So don't see any kind of bad weather for BB, not in the time or the upcoming time. What time will all this clear out? Well, it depends what area, because these are trying to clear out right now, but we've got that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, technically 2, but one that's already moved out of Arkansas. But this one in southern Arkansas, it's going to move out, but then we got to watch again for southern Arkansas for more redevelopment this afternoon into the evening. So while I think the threat is low, it's there, and we're going to watch it. So it depends on where you're asking for in terms of clearing out, because a lot of areas are going to clear out, but I think afternoons, southern Arkansas is going to see more storms. So we're going to watch things very closely. I'm telling you, it's an active week, guys. Active week of weather. So that's why you need to have our app, Arkansas Weather Network, streaming channel. It'll keep you guys updated. Yep, this storm falling apart. I'm seeing there's still a little bit of a signature for hail, but really that's all we're seeing. So what the National Weather Service is seeing at this point is downburst potential. And so just to kind of summarize that, it's basically there's going to be some strong winds off the storm. Okay. Storm gets strong, and it just whoosh, and all that wind gets spread out. Okay. So that's what's called a downburst. Well, they're saying that they're seeing a signature for a downburst on this particular storm. And so they're continuing with the severe thunderstorm warning for now. But that tells me that the hail threat is decreasing with the storm. And the main focus now becomes wind off this storm that is east of DeWitt. So I hear the thunder here at my house. So thunder's rocking and rolling here at the house, fixing to probably pick up some heavy rain. Glad we need the rain. We've had a lot of rain here lately, and I love it. We need to continue because we have a lot of drought that we're dealing with. So, and we'll get updates on tomorrow, Wednesday for Central after this clears. Absolutely. We're going to have updates. We're going to be updating everything. We'll put out new Facebook post. We'll show Futurecast, all that stuff. But right now our focus is on these active severe thunderstorm warnings that we have across the state. And then as well as the threat that we have this afternoon into the evening. Once that's done, then our focus will be shifted on to Tuesday and Wednesday. So we have looked at a little bit of data myself earlier, and it does look like overall the threat tomorrow will be higher than what we're seeing today. I think we're going to have more ingredients. I think the setup favors more severe weather. So it's heavy and very. I appreciate that report, Brandy. I saw your call just a minute ago, but I was live on air, so I couldn't take it. But I appreciate that report. By the way, totally off topic here, but Zello was down, got it fixed. There was a power outage, so we're back up now. Just to the east of DeWitt, still that's a pretty strong storm, and it does. You can hear the thunder really rocking here at the weather center. East of DeWitt, there's still a signature for some small hail. We're going to see what the National Weather Service does because, like I said, they're advising that the storm itself is weakening, but they think there's microburst potential, and so it could be pretty windy here. Thanks. I know the risk is low, but bad storm anxiety, and I live in a mobile home. Rain, even power loss is fine. Rotation threat, especially above, I completely understand. Completely understand. Storm anxiety is a real thing. My house in Church was hit by a tornado in 2013, so I get it. I've seen firsthand what tornadoes can do, so I get it. But the good thing about the Arkansas Weather Network, we're going to be here. We're going to keep you updated, and we're going to get through this. We are going to get through this. So, right now the tornado threat's low. I'm not saying any signs of it going to medium, not yet. But I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked at much data, truthfully. Today, I looked at it yesterday, the day before that, because I woke up this morning and I was focused strictly on what was going on radar. But I do know that from what I did see, the threat overall does look a little bit higher tomorrow than what we saw today. I also think there is a tornado threat tomorrow. I do see that. But the question's going to be, okay, so we're kind of in that zone right now where we're only getting the 17Z run. We need the 18Z, which goes out way longer than any of the other stuff. What that basically means is our model can see more and we can see a lot later in time. And so right now we can only see like 18 hours, which does help us, but we need to be able to see longer than that. So, all right, I am looking at some newest computer model guidance right now. Still showing maybe a thunderstorm or two trying to develop closer to that 5 p.m. time frame in southern Arkansas. That's why we're going to be watching things very closely. Because if a storm does develop, there's going to be it's going to be a very short window, but there's going to be a small window where storms would have the potential to rotate. So, yeah, I'm looking at newest data. All I can see is from now till 6 a.m. on Tuesday. That's it on the latest HRRR. So we need a lot more data than that. So if I pulled it up right now, it would do nothing for you because you couldn't see any of the threat tomorrow. Like I said, it stops at 6 a.m. All right, so this warning no longer includes Arkansas. So we literally are down to one severe thunderstorm warning. That is it. And it's fixing to exit the state. It's taking its dear sweet time, though, to exit. And so this is going to be moving out of the state. Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that because I completely understand and agree. It's better during the day than at night. So wasn't even supposed to rain today. Well, actually, we were forecasting rain, and we were actually forecasting severe storms today for southern Arkansas. So this definitely was in the forecast. But now I will say there has been a little bit more thunderstorm activity in northern Arkansas than what I had first originally planned. But I think overall forecast doing pretty good on this. The wind's starting to pick up here at the Weather Center just a little bit. It's getting a little bit windy, so we're gonna stay on this for a little while longer, and then once this warning moves out of the state, then we are going to we're gonna stay live with radar. But I'm gonna go grab some lunch and watch radar, look at the newest data, look at what we're expecting this evening as well as tomorrow. So well, guys, hang tight with me. Just had a power outage. Power went off. We're back, I think. That was interesting. I don't know what happened, but next thing you know, I hear thunder. So I know there was a strike close by, but the entire power just went off of the house. So that was interesting. I hope this is working still. I think it is. It seems like it. But everything just went black. The cool thing is everything's on backup battery here. So even though like the light went off, the lights here in the house went off, we stayed on and we stayed streaming. So if that happens again, nobody panic. I will get back on. Worst case scenario, I'll bring it on my phone. But I hope nothing close got hit. I'm not sure, but power completely went off. Now it's back on. So, and I know we're not running on UPS right now because the lights came back on. So, and the lights are not on UPS. So, but that just kind of threw me for a loop. So, my facial expression right there was probably, I don't know. I think the camera stayed on. I think everything stayed on. But, all right. So, let's talk about the severe thunderstorm warning that we still have in southern Arkansas that we're still tracking. There's still a hail core with this, guys. It's not as strong as what we were seeing earlier, but it's still something we got to watch, right? It's literally east of Weber. Okay, here we go. Still not out of Arkansas yet, but we're getting there. We're getting closer. But anybody in these areas like Lundell, Melwood, Ferguson Landing, these areas, heads up, there's hail headed your direction. It's moving to the east. So Can somebody tell me if, like, when the power did go off, did I lose the camera or did that stay on? It should have stayed on because everything was on battery. So, but it just kind of threw me for a loop there for a second. Gotta love it. But like I said, we have everything on backups here. So they're going ahead and canceling severe thunderstorm watches. Good decision. Oh yeah, it's a fairly strong storm. North of Clinton, close to the weather center. So that's probably took a lightning strike, but thankfully everything's back on. So again, this is fixing to cross and move out of Arkansas here momentarily. So hang tight, guys. Let me turn my studio lights back on because all that shut off. So all right, there we go. Okay. Let's bring this back here because it's getting a little dark there. So yeah, there's still some lightning with this. There's some small hail, but overall, to me, it just looks like the storm system just really falling apart right now. So that's great news. We're going to continue to stay on this right now. That was pretty close. That was another lightning strike. I can see it off in the distance. It depends. That's a great question. JJ, I believe, is that JJ? I think that's JJ. Rocking pretty good here at the Weather Center right now. Typically what happens is when we look for hooks, we're looking for, we call it inflow notches. So you have a lot of warm, humid air in front of the storm. And if it starts to hook like that, kind of starts to wrap, then it allows for inflow, that warm, humid air to move through that thunderstorm. And that's what causes these thunderstorms to start to wrap up. We do see those tornadoes. A lot of your big tornadoes have a pretty strong inflow notch. And so when we see thunderstorms that look more supercell type and they have that inflow, but there's not enough wind shear, it's a good indication right there that it's probably just going to be a hail threat. So like this storm earlier, right as it was near the DeWitt, Gillette area, had an inflow notch. And I think there was some inflow moving into it. But you notice it never rotated. It did have a microburst signature. A lot of times when it comes to inflow, those storms are going to get stronger because of that inflow. So, but I have seen thunderstorms that look like they're hooking and it's like no rotation, no nothing. So just because a storm hooks does not necessarily mean, doesn't necessarily mean it's tornado warned. I'm just going to warn you guys. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm in a pretty, I wouldn't say strong thunderstorm, but I'm in a thunderstorm right now. And so I've got everything on backup battery. But if that happens again, just hang tight. We'll be right back. So the cool thing is we're not broadcasting like from my weather center. So if I drop, we're okay. That's why the stream stayed on. So it just turned off all my stuff. And I was like, whoa, what happened? So, but guys, we're staying on this storm here. It is just to the east of Gillette. And it's going to cross, it's going to move out of Arkansas. And as soon as it does, then we will have no active severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we're just kind of dealing with general thunderstorms. And that's close. It's got a lot of lightning too. That's what we're experiencing. Yeah, we're just staying on the storm right now. That's what we're doing. Can y'all hear that? Can you hear the thunder? I have probably active noise cancellation on, but I feel like y'all can probably hear that. It's pretty loud. Let's see. Boy, It's booming right now. So we're just continuing to stay on the storm. Just looks to me like it's really, I mean, it might be getting a tad bit stronger, but it's getting ready to get out of Arkansas. I mean, it's close here. So we're just staying on it. The good news is we're not seeing any signs of any kind of rotation, anything like that. Like I said previously, it had a microburst signature, so maybe some pretty strong gusty winds with that, but that's about it. Curious if the National Weather Service what they're planning to do, but right now they're just I mean, they're going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, at this point, because like, well, it goes until 2 o'clock, so it expires in 4 minutes. So something's going to happen within the next 4 minutes. They're either going to reissue, and it's going to be just for very small part of Arkansas, or they're just going to let it expire. We'll just see. I've not seen any signs of it. They were talking like earlier they were just going to let it expire, but that was before they decided to issue a new warning that went out to the Arkansas border. We're just staying on this storm. I'm glad we're getting more rain, though. We need the rain, guys. We need the rain. Don't think the camera glitched today. Okay. That's interesting because everything went black on my end. Just went dark. I was like, well, uh-oh. But it's good to know that it stayed on. So I guess worst case scenario, if things turn off, but I got a camera and I got a mic, I'm just going to use my phone for radar. Oh. It's getting real close to exiting out of the state. So let's see what the National Weather Service does. We're going to know within the next 2 minutes here. They're not typing anything right now. So we don't really have an indication what they're going to do right now. So we're just kind of standing by, guys. That's what we're doing here. I mean, y'all see how close this is to moving out of Arkansas? I mean, like, it is really close to moving out of Arkansas. Like, right here. And the storm is right here. Like, I think it's still got some hail with it, though. Small hail of around Mosby Spur, Lundell. Those areas. That's what we're watching right now. I mean, guys, this is literally the strongest storm we have on radar. Everything else is below severe limits and just regular thunderstorms. Wonder how long we've been live for. We're getting close to 3 hours that we've been live. They canceled it. Canceled the warning. All right. So they went ahead and canceled that severe thunderstorm warning. So we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Arkansas. Still a strong storm, but it does look like it's weakened. So that's great news. Well, we're going to stay on it just for a few more minutes, just in case they do reissue it. But, I mean, they let it expire here, so looks good over here in Rogers. Thank you for that report. So anybody in western Arkansas, northwest, there's nothing. You can see that? Nothing. There's nothing in southwest Arkansas either. Now, southeast Arkansas there is, but the strongest part is exiting out. So they're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning, but it doesn't include any of Arkansas anymore. So Arkansas is out of it, and they're not going to reissue severe thunderstorm warning on this storm at all. So I think things are settling down, guys. I think things are settling down. Van Buren County's kind of rocking right now, but a lot of lightning here. Very heavy rain north of Clinton. So tell you what, we'll stay on until about 2:05, and then I'm jumping off. Gonna go grab me some lunch and continue to watch radar. I mean, there's no concern, guys. Like, I'm not seeing anything on this radar that concerns me at all. So that's good news. Appreciate everyone tuning into the broadcast today. And we're gonna stay on just for a few minutes longer, and then I think we're gonna call it we're gonna end the stream. We're still live though, 24/7 on our YouTube channel, live on our streaming platform, on our Roku channel, Arkansas Weather Network. Download our app, Arkansas Weather Network, from the iOS Google Play Store for all the latest information. Yeah, we'll stay on for another 2 minutes, and then I think we're gonna call it, because it to me just looks like regular thunderstorms at this point for the area. So that's great news. So like I said, 24/7 channel going to remain up on YouTube, and live on our app, live on our streaming. Sorry, guys. Lost internet there for a second, but we're back. So, like I said, it's storming pretty good here at the weather center. So, but yeah, it completely dropped internet, which is really weird. But we're back. So, yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear that, but But yeah, this storm exiting out of Arkansas now. Typical thunderstorm. Nothing to be concerned about. Guys, we're going to be watching radar this afternoon and evening. We're going to continue to watch it. We're going to continue to keep you updated, guys. Appreciate everyone tuning into the broadcast today. We will be back. If life-threatening weather occurs, you better believe the Arkansas Weather Network team will be here. We'll be watching these, and we will be ready to go live anytime we need to. Remember, we're live on 24/7 on our YouTube channel. Tune in. We'll see everyone later. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a blessed rest of your day. Remember, severe weather threat for this afternoon and evening. We're going to be watching it close. We'll be back. See you guys.